morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another live. Oh, no. Sorry for the wrong intro. Welcome back to our another broadcast here to the monthly edition of the uThermal 2v2 circuit, May 2025. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. I just woke up, papi. But here we go. We are back with something a little bit different, something a little bit special here. Shout out to uThermal. uThermal, he has been hosting a monthly 2v2 tournaments throughout the entire year. His own circuit, I should say. And we are nearing the end of said circuit. This is the final month before the playoffs, before the groups. I mean, I believe the groups are already seeded and the playoffs will soon occur. Again, the events of this tournament did occur a little bit ago, a couple of weeks ago, but we're here to catch up on this monthly tournament, and then we'll be ready to jump into the playoffs thereafter. I believe the playoffs are scheduled. I don't think there's a set time for it yet, but they do want to host it after Home Story Cup, and Home Story Cup is in 2 weeks. So after Home Story Cup, there is going to be the finale here of the Thermal 2v2 circuit, and we're here to determine who does make it through the final seeding and the final brackets. We'll be going over all of that at the end of the broadcast. Otherwise, hope you've all been doing well. Hope you've all been doing well. Hope you've all been having a great time. Again, it's still, at least we do have kind of like a week of downtime here, catching up on all these events before the EWC Global Qualifiers. That's going to be next weekend. We have RSL coming around the corner as well. There's a lot to get into. For now though, we have our initial series. We have a 2v2 matchup here between Milky Cow and Wayne, and Lambo and Kellizer. Let's go. Let us go as we are jumping into game one. Game one is going to be on Emerald City. When it comes to our pairings, when it comes to our teammates here, Milky Cow and Wayne, they've been competing together quite a lot in the StarCraft 2 circuit, or in the, 2v2 circuit. They've been competing quite a lot together. Meanwhile, Lambo and Kellizer are a new pairing. We'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom... Oh, I should fix this up a little bit. There we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Emerald City, we have our red duo. We have our red Zerg player, we have our Terran, we have Wayne and Milky Cow. I'll fix that up as well. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have a mirror matchup here, another Zerg, another Terran. The blue Zerg and Terran, it is Kellizer and Lambo. As this is of course going to be a best of three 2v2 matchup here, and this is going to be an interesting one. Kellizer, he's not really he hasn't really competed too often, if at all, in the 2v2 circuit, but you know who has? Lambo. But Lambo's typically with another player. Lambo, he's usually paired up with Showtime. Showtime and Lambo, they've been competing together a lot. Sometimes it's Showtime, sometimes it is Hearthstone, but typically one of the two, either Hearthstone or Showtime, have been joining Lambo in his 2v2 escapades. But this month, Showtime was busy. Showtime was unavailable because he teamed up with someone else. we'll get into it, man. We'll get into it. The drama, baby, the drama, huh? But Lambo, Showtime did abandon him, did leave him at the altar, and Lambo, as he did step aside, as he did step away, his good dear friend, who was always by his side, was there for him. Diego. Diego, bye, let's go. So Kellizer did step up, and Kellizer did end up taking Showtime's place. Did join Lambo in this 2v2. Let's go, or in the tournament, and we'll see how they do compare. Again, Kellizer, he hasn't really competed too often in these 2v2 tournaments, so I'm not too familiar with his style, with how well he will perform. Oh, as we are going to be cheesing it up here, we do have a 2-Rax opener out of Milky Cow. 2-Rax opener, likewise, late expansion, early gas, so gas pool into a hatchery here out of Wayne. Wayne is going for an early Ling Flood. Likewise, we do see 2-Rax Reaper out of Milky Cow, so hyper aggression out of our Zerg and Terran duo. Meanwhile, back at home, standard openers out of both Kellizer and Lambo. They're unaware until now. I say that the first Reaper has been seen, SCV gets spotted. This isn't too much of a tell here yet. Again, we have yet to see additional Reapers or additional Zerglings. Again, there has been limited scouting here from the blue team. Has been limited scouting. I do see a Kellizer diving in towards that. Oh, actually returning back home. Does return back home to help defend. Here we go, our Zerg team, they're still building up. You can see here they're just banking up their Zerglings. They are still yet to pull the trigger. They're waiting for Ling speed. And so far, unscattered. Likewise, we did reveal additional Reapers. The extra Reapers have been revealed. Heading in towards the natural, getting into the SCV. Not bad. They delay the CC. Oh! They will delay. Likewise, they threaten the main, and here we go. Wayne, he does pull the trigger. Link speed is done. Link speed is complete. He's diving across the map. Is rushing. Likewise, nice positioning here. Zoning back that Reaper. Milky Cow diving further in. Takes care of some of these Zerglings. Gets into the middle line. Hellions have arrived. With that Kelzer, he will shut this down. He cleans up the Reapers, but what about the Zerglings? Zerglings have arrived to take down the Queen. Yeah, the Queen does go down. Lings, they peel off into the mineral line. Spine Call is not going to be done in time. Nice drone drilling here out of Lambo. Lings, they do get on top of the add-ons, though. Ooh, they take down the reactor. Oh, no, it's around! The Hellions, they cannot afford to get surrounded. Not like this, and they will barely sip away the Hellions to get behind the mineral line. Nice positioning. One Hellion does go down. There's one Hellion left. Another two do barely pop out, but one gets surrounded. Yeah, brutal surround on that first Hellion. Now we're down to two. Two Hellions left. Boys are being pulled to repair. And Wayne is still flooding Lings. He's still flooding across the map, but behind this we do see that Milky Cow is expanding. Milky Cow is expanding. Milky Cow making SCVs. He's double expanding even. He has more Lings flood in. Gets us around on the Queen. Lambo, he will lose the Queen. And last, losing more workers as well. Yeah, more drones going to be falling. Now we'll have a look at the Unisource tab after this. As so far the Hellions, they pull back. The Hellions will defend. Whew. And Team Blue, Lambo and Kellizer, they hold. They do hold on behind this. Lambo, he did lose 6 drones. 6 workers went down, 24 Zerglings, 2 Queens. But as the dust does settle, I believe the worker count is actually pretty neck and neck. Yeah, we have a relatively even worker count between the 2 Zerg players. Likewise, and even an SCV count between the Terrans as well. It comes down to the army that we're working with, and we do have one on the way. Bio. Okay, so it's going to be Bio here, a faster TC out of our red Terran at a Milky Cow. Meanwhile, we can see a massive counter-attack. Kelzer going into Mecha, going into Blue Flame Hellions. They're going Mass Hellion Ling. After the defense, Kelzer and Lambo, they're moving out for their counter-attack. It was neither third. Third base is going to go down. It's going to be a cancel. Milky Cow and Wayne, they're on the high ground, but again, they are down when it comes to the army supply. Bearing in mind that, again, Milky Cow, he went into a faster TC. He delayed his production in favor of the third base, so he's down in army. It's down an army. The Hellies are flooding in. Ooh, Milky Cow gets surrounded. Yeah, brutal surround. Milky Cow, he will lose everything. Likewise, Lings get roasted, and GG gets called. There's nothing left. There's nothing here, and Lambo and Kellizer will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A very intense game, very aggressive. Again, initially, Milky Cow and Wayne went for an all-in. They went for hyper aggression, but they weren't able to do critical damage. As we mentioned, as we were pointing out, after the aggression subsided, the worker counts were pretty even. I think Wayne was up 2 drones. Wayne, he was up 2 workers compared to Lambo. Lambo did a great job drone drilling, may have lost a bunch of Queens, but did survive. And more importantly, Kelzer, he was able to build up his Hellion counts and then get into mech, right? Get into mass Hellion, counterattack from there. Unfortunately, when it comes to the aftermath, Milky Cow was just being really greedy. He was being really greedy. Remember, he got a 3rd CC, so because of that, he had less of an army to defend. There was no bunker. They were not ready or expecting a counterattack, and with that, they were overwhelmed. They were overwhelmed. GG, well played. Oh. Un momento. As I'm trying to fix up some of the colors here. How do I fix this? Hold on. There was a recent change. And I'm not entirely sure what setting it is. Okay, whatever. We'll continue. Basically, what I'm referring to, in the past, the players used to be their own unique colors, but now it's not the case. Like, it's showing all, like, red and blue instead. And I'm not entirely certain what setting that is, but regardless, we're getting into game 2. We'll get into game number 2, and we'll see if Lambo and Kelzer can take a lead and extend their lead. We'll see if we get a more standard back and forth mid-game. I will say that if you're unfamiliar with 2v2s and with our tournaments here, all-in's very rare. All-in's are very, very rare, except for Wayne and Milky Cow. Like, they're a lot more willing to commit and to go for these all-ins and to just double down. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Rascallion, we have our red team. We have our red team. We have both Wayne and Milky Cow. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have their blue team opponents. We do have Lambo alongside Kelzer. So learn to Rascallion. Rascallion being one of the older maps. The map pool's been around for a very, very long time. Rascallion does have shared mains, does have a shared main base, does have a shared natural as well. There is a very wide entrance to the natural, which can be taken advantage of. We have seen some aggression be somewhat successful here. What I will say is that there is a player that's more exposed. Here on the right-hand side, Kelzer alongside Milky Cow are the more exposed players. Their main base is exposed towards the rest of the map. Same with their natural as well. It is very common for this player to be abused as a result, which is why I find this interesting. We saw this last game as well, where even though our players spawn in certain locations, Lambo does take the opposite natural, and we see Kelzer taking the more safe natural base instead. I actually really like this. I just mentioned that, you know, because these bases here on the right hand side are exposed, typically one player gets abused quite heavily as a result, whether it's their main base being taken advantage of or their natural being taken advantage of, or both at the same time. But here it's only going to be one, as in they're kind of like sharing the burden here, where Kelzer's main is exposed, meanwhile Lambo's natural is exposed. So I do like this. I do like this quite a bit. It's a nice way to again kind of like share that damage, or yeah, share the burden. Is nice. Also, hello, Shaf in the chat. Hello, hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? See Solens in the chat. I see Baby Links as well. Good to see you. Werehogs. Ay, ay, ay. Always good to see you all. So we are settling in. So far, this time we do have standard openers. This time we're not rushing into anything crazy. We're not rushing into early gases or early link speed. This time we do have our red team calming down. They do calm down. So far, we are going to be settling in. Apparently, there's a hotkey in game to actually change this. I might have to mess around after the game, or like after the cast. I'll mess around with it. Yeah, so far the first Reaper does get across the map. Likewise, does get a full scan in the main. Speaking of the main base, we do have Milky Cow. Milky Cow does open up 3 racks. Oh my god, 3 racks stim here out of our Terran. We spoke earlier how all-ins are not really common in the current meta of 2v2. Despite that, we are going for another 3 racks. I mean, if you recall, I did mention that Milky Cow and Wayne are typically the exception to the rule. They are going to be doubling down here, going to Mass Marine into an early stim timing. Meanwhile, we do have Wayne going into a very early lair. Very early layer here. 2-base Muta from the side of our Zerg player. Interesting. So 2-base Muta out of Wayne. Meanwhile, early sim timing out of Milky Cow. On the flip side of things, we do have this time no mech out of Kelzer. Kelzer going to his own 3-1-1 setup, going into bio. Is going to be embracing his bio. Likewise, we have Lambo opening up more standard and going into his own roach play. For the time being, the players are in the dark. Lambo and Kelzer have yet to really confirm how greedy Wayne is being, and once they do, they can try to punish, but that's only if they can scout. As Hellions, they do poke in. So far, still no dive into the natural or into the main. Spire's about to finish, and Wayne is getting away with it. He's getting away with his mutas. So mutas are going to be on the horizon here, and again, so far unscouted. There's no anti-air here for Lambo outside of Queens, of course. Likewise, Kellizer, he does at least have a bio army that he's building up. True. Does have that he's working on. Likewise, there we go. 5 mutas going to be on the way. We do have a factory production here for Milky Cow, so he's going. Wait, okay. So in my mind, yeah, I saw a 5-minute like factory. I'm like, oh, are we going to mech? No, that's the first factory. Okay, I mean that's just how heavily biofocus he has been. And there we go. Mutas are revealed. Oh, they reveal themselves to their Hellions. This will give time to their opponents to make turrets, to make spores, to get the defenses up and running. Spores are now done. Queen's in position. And so for the mutas, they haven't really got much damage. Not yet. Mutas, they pull away. Pull away, they pull back. Likewise, still just rallying everything across the map. Mokia is pushing, but there is a roach army on the ground. Like Lambo, he's somewhat ready for this. Yeah, there we go. Nidus is on the way to counterattack. Mutas, they commit into the Marines. Oh, God. And they get punished for it. So many mutas go down. The mutas, they just get completely shut down here by the bio. Milky Cow backing off. Again, Milky, he's on his own. He's on his own out here. The mutas are a non-factor. More mutas are building up. The Marine count is getting somewhat. No, never mind. I was like, the Marine count is getting somewhat low. Nah. Perfectly healthy. Roach speed is almost done for Lambo. He is going to get caught out by the bio army here. Milky Cow not bad. He's outstim in. Yeah, with all these roaches, the roaches, they just melt. So better catch here. Kellizer are out of position. Not here to defend it. Likewise, reinforcements getting caught out as well. Nice moves here. Milky Cow and Wayne, they outposition Lambo and Kellizer. They do outposition. They head on over. Not many Marines at home to defend. And the blue team, they are trying to commit, but they lost so many roaches already. Yeah, they're getting punished for it. The roaches are falling one after the other. Okay, he stims in, he breaks the defenses, gets into the mineral line. And at the same time, this counterattack is hitting so late. Doesn't get much damage in the mineral line though. Roaches, they defend. Okay. They defend back at home. We're committing across the map. Are there enough Marines? Oh, it's still so close. And they barely are not. And Wayne and Milky Cow, they're going to hold on. They're barely holding on. Again, it was a really clutch hold. But so important that they were able to counterattack, force back the army, force back the reinforcements, defend back at home, and shut this down. And now Wayne and Milky Cow, they're snowballing out of control. They're taking more bases, they have more expansions, a better economy. The muted cloud is honestly quite impressive. That's a lot of mutas. Now he busts in, taking down the Spore. Spore goes down, Marines are after. Liberation has arrived, Jesus. Diving on the Spore once again. And throughout all of this, we do see Milky Cow getting deflected. Lambo, he has a standing roach army. Catching reinforcements. But what about the mutas? Like, they're the real problem here. Like, Wayne, he's gotten out of hand. He's gotten out of control. Just came with the production, bullying Lambo's natural, at the same time drop into the main. And Kellizer unable to keep up, and Lambo just commits to the all-in. He's just going for the counterattack. It's all or nothing for Lambo. He commits. Does have a decent roach army, but nothing shoots up. Yeah, the mutas, they don't care. Mutas, they will clean up all these roaches. We have more roaches filing in, but they do nothing. They do nothing here to the mutas. GG gets called, and Wayne and Milky Cow, they will tie the series up. We're going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We are going to the ace match here again. A very cheeky style here from both Wayne and Milky Cow. Initially, it wasn't working. I'm referring to the rush into mutas. Initially, it was not working, but they were able to kind of, I don't even want to say bait out, but Lambo and Kelzor, they felt pressured to push. I'm sure they wanted to punish the Zerg player for going into mutas, so they moved out across the map. Alas, both Wayne and Milky Cow, they were able to bypass the main army, catch reinforcements, and counterattack instead, just crippling not just reinforcements, but even some of the economy, and slowing down the push. By the time the army moved out across the map, there barely was anything to work with, and yeah, just really impressive. Wayne and Milky Cow, they got away with it, and they snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a tied up series, and we're going to game number 3. We'll see how this series does conclude, as game 3 is going to be on Yellow Jacket. We go. Yellow Jacket, being, I would say, a smaller map in the map pool, has a shorter rush distance by ground, has its own unique quirks. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Yellow Jacket, we have the red team. We have the Zerg and Terran duo tying up the series 1-1. It is Wayne and Milky Cow. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have also another Terran and Zerg. It is Lambo and Kelzor. And again, at a certain point, the mutas got out of hand. They could not deal with the mass muta. Lambo, of course, never had any anti-air, and Kelzor, I mean, the Marines were limited, especially with so many of them going down to the ground army as well. And that was also on Kelzor and Lambo for not being able to scout. If you recall, they never saw the fast lair, they never saw the spire. There was a lot that they were not aware of, and I mean, they were able to scout it as it moved out across the map, but even then, not fully able to get ready for that. Meanwhile, double gas. Double gas opened out of Milky Cow, double gas into a faster factory. Likewise, you see a hatch gas pool out of Wayne, so standard open. I can say the same here about Lambo. Lambo also going for a standard start. And once again, like I really like what they're doing here, where it's similar to Rascallion actually, where this time Lambo, he spawns in closer to their opponents with an exposed main, so he has an exposed main base to him, and instead he takes a safer natural, whereas Kelzor will take the more exposed natural instead. Like, this is very intentional from our blue team. Back here across the map, we do have that earlier factory, of course. Marine into early tech lab. Oh, this is fancy. Okay, so really fast tech lab here out of Milky Cow, going for the atom assault. With this, we can go for early cyclones or early tank production. I'm imagining early cyclones to be more aggressive on the map, but we'll keep an eye on our Terran. We do have Wayne double expanding, getting his natural, getting his third. Reaper does arrive. Be turned away. As we are going to be calming down, the Cyclone has arrived. The Cyclone will hunt down any scouting. Oh, geez, there's a lot of pinging going on. It's a lot of pinging. But alas, is going to hunt down any Vision, any Overlords. Meanwhile, what do we have here? Once again, 2-base lair. Once again, Wayne is rushing into the lair. Once again, he should be rushing into muta play. It's going to be on our... Oh, no! The Reaper gets in. Yeah, Kelzor, this time he gets in, and this time he scouts the lair. Again, this was a 3-minute lair timing. Ay, ay, ay. And Kelzor, this time he will see everything. So now they know. Now they know that there's a high chance that this is going to be 2-base Muta. All 4 gases are being taken. This should be Muta play. Technically, this could be like Swarm Host or something crazy like that. But at least Kelzer and Lambo are now aware. They are now aware. As they try to catch out that. Oh no! Oh, they catch out the first Cyclone. Cyclone does fall. Nice catch from Lambo. Ruby Helly pushing towards left hand side. Headed towards the bases. Just applying pressure. Behind this once again, we do see a Lambo going into. Sorry, we do see Wayne going for the Roach Warren. He does not go for the Spire. I mean, he did go for the fast lair, but you can see here that because they got scattered, now he's trying to switch. He's trying to switch things up, trying to change gears. He cancels the Roach Warren, now goes into the Spire. We're second guessing ourselves a little bit, as that is going to be now a late Spire out of Lambo. Sorry, out of Wayne. Meanwhile, Lambo across the map. As long as they Kelzer, they're just building up. Lambo getting into his own Roach play. I say that, getting into his own double Evo chamber. Double upgrades. And that Roach Warren. A single Evo chamber. Likewise, we do have Mech on the way from Milky Cow. Okay, so with that earlier Cyclone, now into second and third factory, into Maxwell accelerators, into Mech. So we are going to be making it up. Meanwhile, Kelzer being active with his double drop. He's moving out. As he's moving out, the Spire is late. If you recall, the Spire, because it was cancelled, or I should say the Roach Warren was cancelled and then rebuilt, it's going to be later mutas. Kelzer, now he's aware of Mech, of course. Now he sees all the Cyclones. Still trading relatively well. And back at home, we'll be ready. Okay, Spores are done. We have Spores in each mineral line. No touch from the Terran player, but he is going to a bio-heavy composition, and we are going for an earlier push. Okay. The Marines are coming together. The tanks, the Roaches, all coming together as one. Nidus Worm is on the way. They're going all in. Yeah, they're going all in. This is actually quite similar to their strategy in the last game. But this time, are they going to get caught out? Lings that will catch some of Kelzer's reinforcements. Collapsing on the tank. Nice save. And nice save. Meanwhile, Solo kiting here from Milky. Oh god, just abusing these Roaches. Roaches are being shut down. There's no Roach speed. They cannot kite. They cannot close the distance. So many Roaches going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Like this. And more lock-ons on the Roaches. West cutting back. Oof, picking off what? 4 free Roaches. At the same time, we do see Wayne going for a Ling Rambai. Sorry, Muta Rambai as well. Does go for a counterattack. Army's pushing in. A lot of Roaches are falling. Lambo bleeding out a lot of units. There are 2 tanks behind this. Likewise, Wayne does race back home. These lock-ons are so brutal though. So many Roaches going to be going down. There's still more where that came from, but Lambo is running out of steam. And there we go, music coming from behind. It gets one of the tanks. He gets 1, he gets 2. And Wayne and Milky, they've done it. They've done it. They clean up the entire army. They shut down the bush. They shut down the tanks. Again, those Cyclone lock-ons are brutal. And the mutas will once again overwhelm. Catching at everything. We saw this 2 games in a row. It happened on Rascallion, it happened here as well. A little bit differently, of course. On Rascallion, reinforcements were delayed, but here they did such a great job of just picking apart the army. The mutas lay down with the Marines. They respect the Spore. Catch out the tank. Now we're just chasing down whatever we can in the main base. The production is under fire. And here come the rest of the reinforcements. Lings are flooding in. Cyclones have arrived. Lings do a great job just buffering here for the Cyclones, keeping the Roaches busy. Mutas turn back around, and Wayne will overwhelm. GG gets called, and Wayne and Milky Cow, they will take down both Lambo and Kelzer and advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Both games here, we saw Wayne rush into Mutatech, rush into the lair. This was a little bit later, of course, with a delayed Spire, but mass muta nonetheless. Meanwhile, we saw both Lambo and Kellizer react and respond with all-ins. It happened on Rascallion as well, if you recall, where they committed across the map, but they got caught out of the map, they got shut down early on. Here, I want to say that their push was a little bit more successful. They were able to get the Nidus up and running, they were able to reinforce as well, but I do love that Wayne went for the counterattack, right? He was forcing reinforcements to stay back at home because of the Ling Muta counterattack. Likewise, did a great job at just picking away at the reinforcing line of units as well. And on top of that, shout out to Milky Cow, the Cyclones. I mean, the Cyclones, they were just bullying Lambo. As they were trying to all-in Lambo, he was putting out so many roaches. Like, ay, ay, ay. They were getting picked apart. GG. And with that, Lambo and Kellizer are knocked out of the tournament. They are going to be knocked out. And again, it was a really fun pairing. Like, as I mentioned before, Lambo, he's usually joined by a Protoss. He's usually joined by Hearthstone or by Showtime. This time by Kellizer instead. This time by Diego. And, well, I say they had a little bit less success here. Also, I would imagine they have a little bit less experience playing 2v2s together as well. And, interesting. We did have a different pairing. Okay. So, up next, what's been happening here? Up next, we have our next best of 3. It is going to be a Laser and Showtime going up against uThermal and Goblin. Oh, I remember. Okay. Oh my god. I remember. Okay. So, story time. Couple of things. For those that do recall, Showtime, he was actually in the month of April, in the 2v2 circuit of April, Showtime actually replaced MaxPax. Spirit and MaxPax, they are the best 2v2 players in the world. 100%. Like, Spirit and MaxPax, you don't get better than them. Clem and Trigger are a close second, but Spirit and MaxPax, they have won every single tournament that they've played in together, without fail. And last month, Spirit, he also won, but not with MaxPax. The reason for this is in the month of April, MaxPax, he was competing in a Wardy tournament. It was like a Wardy TV, maybe it was like the April tournament or another like online big event was happening. And both Clem and MaxPax were playing in that tournament. They made it to the top 3. I think MaxPax got 3rd place and Clem won the event. But they both made it far in the tournament. And that was clashing with this 2v2 circuit. So they couldn't play in both. So they, of course, picked the 1v1 tournament instead. Because of that, Spirit had no partner. And the replacement for MaxPax was Showtime. Showtime, he was the replacement man. And he stepped in. And he was partners with Spirit, and they won. They won the entire tournament. They were looking really good together. Meanwhile, this month, something similar happened. A Laser is usually playing with who? With Skilless. Nikita and a Laser, they form Team Liquid. Like, they're the Team Liquid duo. And they play every month together. A Laser and Skilless. But this time, it's our fault. If you remember, this time the uThermal 2v2 circuit was clashing with our tournament. We were hosting the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Skilless was in the finals. He was in the finals. I think he was in the finals against Bjorn. And that was as this event was happening as well. So, and they went all the way to the ace match. Like, it was an intense finals. Like, Skilless and Bjorn. It was crazy. It was very hype, very solid, very good. Went all the way to the ace match, and in the end, Skilless, I believe he won the tournament. I believe he won over Bjorn, but it meant that he couldn't play in this tournament. And instead, again, in the month of April, Showtime was a replacement man for MaxPax. Here, he was a replacement man for Skilless. So, and I guess he was replacing Hearthstone when he played with Lambo. I guess that's just what he does. He's there to replace Hearthstone, MaxPax, or Skilless whenever need be. So, feels bad, man. Like, Showtime, he's always second pick, but he's there for you, okay? He's reliable, okay? Regardless of when you need him, if you need him, he'll be there for you. Just apparently not your first pick. Smurge. But with that, we have a new pairing. Again, I'm used to seeing a Laser alongside Skilless, but now he's going to be joined by Showtime. And up next, we do have a Laser and Showtime up against uThermal and a Goblin. Let's go. Let us go. Milky Cow. Oh, God. I mean, I misspelled Milky Cow earlier. Do apologize. may have misspelled. Also, hello, late chrononaut. Hello, hello. Hello, horseradish as well. Buenos dias. Buenos dias, as we are jumping into our next series here, jumping into our next quarterfinals match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we do have our Protoss and Terran duo. We have the organizer and funder of this event. In a way, it is of course crowdfunded, I should emphasize that as well. But top left-hand corner, we do have our red Terran, we have our red Protoss. It is uThermal and Goblin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Reclamation, we have our blue duo. We have a new pairing here. We have our replacement man and a regular. We have a laser and Showtime. Let's go. Might never be your first pick, but he's always there for you. Ah, este Showtime. Let's go. As we are going to be settling in, and we do have a joint wall here on the low ground. Welcome one and all to Reclamation. Reclamation is one of the more unique maps in the map pool, just because unlike many of the other 2v2 maps, the main bases are not shared. They're not shared, you are spread out, you are isolated from each other. As a result, aggression all-ins can target certain players and can try to focus them down and cripple them early on to try to hinder your opponent's team. So we'll see if that does occur. I mentioned earlier that all-ins and aggressive builds are not very common in the meta of 2v2, especially, or at least at this highest level of play. I did also emphasize that both Wayne and Milky Cow are the exception to the rule. Like, they are very aggressive, more so than anyone else. But we do expect to see some more standard builds. But we'll keep an eye on our players here, as it is going to be a single gas opener, so racks expand, economic start out of uThermal, likewise standard opener out of Goblin as well. So nothing crazy. Both players are expanding. Meanwhile, we do see Showtime opening up 2 gates. So 2-gate opener out of Showtime into Cybercore, into additional units early on. So a bit of a more assertive start out of our Protoss player. Meanwhile, again, we saw a gate expand into Cybercore out of Goblin. So Goblin's being greedy, uThermal's playing, Showtime is playing standard or safe. Meanwhile, standard opener here out of a laser. A laser also known for his greed and known for droning up some more. That's who he be. That's what he does. As Reaper does dive in. Oh, gets a probe. Does get a probe, does get a worker. Likewise, Reaper does kite back. And so far no major damage yet, but nice moves here by uThermal. Getting 2 Zerglings. 3 Zerglings. This is getting a little bit out of hand because all the Zerglings are going to be going down. The initial Adepts have arrived though. Thankfully, the Adepts, they should shut this down, but not without losing even more Zerglings. And catching out all 6. Reaper towards the natural. Really nice movement here by both Goblin and uThermal. Does bust in and gets another drone. Oh my god. Yeah, no sport trick there from a laser. Does lose a drone. And with that, the aggression will finally subside. The Queens will shut this down. But how much damage was done? A drone, 5 probes. I knew probes were falling, but oh my god, the Adepts, they popped off. This is getting out of hand. Getting out of hand. 5 probes, 1 drone, 6 Zerglings. Insane damage. And we're not done. The Hellions, they arrive as well. They get behind the mineral line. No major damage though, okay. Ooh, force field 1 second too late. Hellions did escape. And behind this, we're going into mech. We're going into Blue Flame. Blue Flame, we're meching it up here. He's gonna double down. Likewise, Twilight Council opener out of, Twilight Council follow-up out of Goblin after the initial Oracle. Speaking of Oracle, gets 6 kills. Jesus. Wait, was that what the damage was on? No, that's additional. 11 probe kills here. Showtime getting pulled apart. Hellions rotating over towards the bases. And so far, uThermal and Goblin, they're just pulling Showtime and Laser apart. Oh no! Yeah, the drones are exposed. The Lings that were force fielded out. That was a brutal force field done by Showtime. Basically, the force field stopped the Hellions from getting into the main, but it also stopped the Lings from coming down from the main base as well. So it was not an ideal force field. Oracle goes back in. 11 kills just on the Oracle. I'm afraid to look. 16 probes and 11 drones have fallen. Ay, ay, ay. Again, uThermal and Goblin doing a great job of just distracting and pulling apart their opponents. And they're not done. They're not done. We have another Oracle in the way, now getting into Blink. Behind this, they're expanding, taking more bases. uThermal and Goblin have the economic lead. Ooh. Blue Flame is done, and Lings are getting roasted. Oh no! Drones, they transfer over at just the wrong moments. They are getting caught out. That's another 3 drones falling. He wants more. He wants more. Gets 4. Gets up to 4 drones. Here does pull away. It's too early for Blink. Blink is not yet done. Blink is still researching. uThermal, he pulls out. Pulls out. We have Macville on the way, getting to Battle Mech. Hellions. Oh, once again they do roast. They get into another mineral line. Probes are getting roasted. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Protoss and Zerg players look away because it's not been safe. It's not at all. Here comes the bush, and I'll be honest, I don't think that Showtime and uThermal can survive this. Because of all the economic damage, because of all the sustained losses here for both players, both of the blue team players, they just have no army to deal with this. We have a decent Stalker count, and we do catch us some Hellions. Okay, Showtime catching out some key units at the same time being run by across the map. Their goal here, their hope, is to try to force back the army. Hellions are forced back to defend. Not bad. Catching out some SCVs. You know, Goblin's still pushing in. But now he has no support from uThermal. Oh. Hey, Goblin is on his own. He's on his own. Sentry gets targeted. Has to kite back. There is one tank to help support, but it's not going to be enough. Goblin getting surrounded. Oh my god. Does make away. Nice stasis. Very nice stasis. Zerglings that don't quite surround. Well, they go on. They got a Stalker. At the same time, Hellies, they roast up another probe line. And what I find interesting here is that, again, we're still fixated on Hellion production. And it's been worth it. It's been worth it for uThermal. Going for non-stop run-bys, counterattacks. Ooh, Showtime trying to push in. And gets caught by the stasis. He's caught out. Does get caught out. Is going to be sent away. Hellions to go back in. They just keep going. They're not stopping, man. Yeah. As it settles, we do see 49 pros for Showtime. We have 55 drones for a laser. Again, both of their economies are very low. Another base goes down. So they're both behind and struggling economically. Meanwhile, our red team here still excelling. This time these Hellions should be surrounded though. Yeah, finally. They're going to be hunted down without doing damage. Laser and Showtime looking to stabilize. Goblin meanwhile has preserved his army quite well throughout the course of this game. Stalkers are coming from behind. Okay, it's going to be a 2v1. Yeah, Showtime and a laser. They catch out Goblin. He's on his own. Goblin, he'll bleed out a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, Goblin just getting a little bit too excited. Moving out by himself. Behind this, more mech on the way. More factories. And uThermal, he has switched into a more of a traditional form of mech. Less cyclones, more tanks. So more tank-heavy style. Once again, Goblin is on his own. He's trading well. Trading. Oh my god, the Lings that were just running in. Yeah, the Lings are on move commands. And they are cleaned up. And now here comes uThermal. Alongside Goblin. Now he's not on his own. Not anymore. Pushes in. Once again, the base is going to be nice. Zealot on the right hand side, distracting Laser. Laser cannot keep up. And Showtime, he's on his own. We have a couple of Lings trickling in. A Laser's trying to rush into Hive, rush into Ultras, but it's too late. Yeah, it's too late for that. GG gets called, they're going to get broken, and uThermal and Goblin, they will take game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very impressive game 1 here. Again, from the beginning, from the get-go, they were just let's say hyper-aggressive. They were for standard openers, but then they got into their Hellions, they got into their Oracles, into their Depth Harass as well, and they were just pulling Showtime and Laser apart throughout the entire game. They just never recovered economically. They never built up. They never were able to keep up, if not excel, the working count of their opponents. They were always one step behind, and that was reflective in their army as well. So really nice harass early on, really nice maintained harass throughout the course of that game. And then eventually both Goblin and uThermal, they just snowballed out of control. Because of how aggressive they were being as well, we saw that Showtime and Laser, they barely had any room to counterattack. Like, we saw maybe 2 Ling run-bys, really 1 like substantial Ling run-by that did force back some Hellions, but outside of that, Showtime was stuck at home. Like, he was never able to counterattack. A Laser, likewise, outside of that 1 Ling run-by, he was stuck at home as well. Like, they had no presence on the map. GG. GG, well played. Impressive game 1, and now we're jumping to game number 2. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on Rascallion. We go, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rascallion, we have our red team. We have our 2 players here, 1 from Croatia, 1 from the Netherlands, but also in Mexico, of course. We have uThermal and Goblin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the German Protoss, we have the Polish Zerg, we have Laser and Showtime. Here we go. Whew. So we are going to be settling in. And this is a map where we should be a little bit more secure here. We spoke earlier about how spread out the bases are, so it can be more difficult to defend on the previous map, on Reclamation, which was applicable in the early game for Laser and Showtime. And here they should be a little bit more secure, as we have a shared main and also shared natural base as well. So they should be more secure. Meanwhile, ooh, 2x Reaper here out of uThermal. They do fully wall off on the natural base as well. Now, this is different from what they're seeing, I should say. This is a full wall. We have a full wall off here. But remember, last game, what did Goblin go for? Goblin, he went for a gate expanded to Cyber Core. This time, 2 gate openers. This is already a much more assertive and aggressive start at a Goblin. Showtime does confirm this. They only see 1 Rax though, so they don't know exactly how aggressive uThermal is being. And he's making good use here of this other Reaper cliff. There's a Reaper cliff here towards the left hand side, so we can reinforce from the left and just rally out with Mass Reaper. 3 racks. Jesus, 3 racks Reaper. He's committing even harder. Okay, so 3 racks Reaper out of uThermal. Meanwhile, 2 gates out of Goblin. So this is much more aggressive, much more assertive. Going to be rallying across the map. 2 adepts also, they can rush across as well to reinforce. And what do we have here? Standard openers all around. We do have 2 gate opener out of Showtime. Thankfully, he's playing safe. So Showtime is playing safe. Meanwhile, Laser is playing standard. And we'll see if they can keep up. So first Reaper does move out. Oh, will kill the drone. That is brutal. The first drone does fall, delays the third. More Reapers rallying across. To rally. Likewise diving on the queen. Oh, not quite. But again, we have our 3 Reapers, we have our 2 Adepts. They do trade well against the Zerglings. No major economic damage yet. And Reapers are forced out. Adepts, one of them will fall. And so far, so good. Whew. We are holding. That was 3 drone kills damage, but nothing major. At least they are containing, though, and denying the third base of a laser. True. Third base is denied. More Adepts going to be shading in. Oracle production behind this from Goblin. It was the Queen! Ah, he gets it. Oof, Queen goes down. Ay, ay, ay. You know, Reapers, they turn away the Zerglings. 1 Reaper does fall. Lings aiming for the surround. And they will clean this up. They surround the Adepts. Reapers, though, they take advantage. They get so much damage done here. And the Lings did not enough. They had not enough Zerglings. Reapers did a great job of just using the Adepts to just tank. Like the Adepts, they were just tanking there for the Reapers. Behind this, uThermal now expanding. It's a late expansion for uThermal. Now he's got the Oracle. And dies on the Sentry. Dies on the Stalker as well. Here pulling away. Jumping down, the Oracle does overextend. Yeah, rough moves there from Goblin. He will lose the Oracle prematurely. And uThermal has to back off. He has to back off, he has to retreat. Laser and Showtime, they are breaking out. They've defended. And looking at the units tab here, Showtime has got a decent economy. He's on 37 probes, not bad. He's almost up to 2 base saturation. He's getting there. So out of all the players, Showtime, he does have the better economy. He does have the best saturation. But the lack of third is going to be hurting a laser. It's going to slow him down quite heavily. So a laser, he has some catching up to do. Oh. Do catch a couple of Reapers. Reaper's going to be going down. Lings, they don't quite get the surround they're looking for. And this is just a really chaotic game state here as we're backing off and as players are kind of taking a breath, they're taking a moment. We have our lair on the way from a laser. There's no other form of tech here, and you can see the laser's oversaturated. Like, it's just been a really shaky game for a laser just because he's been, I would say, abused the most so far. Because of the delayed third base, the loss of Lings, loss of drones. So laser's in a really awkward position. He may go into mutas from here, he might go into hydras. Like, we'll see where a laser takes us. On the flip side, we just see Showtime getting into charge. Ooh, Blink into charge into a gateway composition. Showtime is going to have to be the hard carry for now until a laser can recover. As laser's running up as much as he can. From the side of the Terran, from the side of the red team, we do see uThermal going into Bio this time, not into Mech. It makes sense after the 3 racks, so he's going into Stim, Combat Shields, tank production on the horizon, for now just Massive Marine, and a couple of tanks. So the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. We do see that Goblin is likewise also going into a gateway composition, similar to Showtime. No form of splash damage yet, like there's no robot production, there's no Colossus, Immortal, there's no Storm or anything like that. Just mass gateway. They do bust in. Likewise, oh, Showtime out of position. Laser trying to engage. Nice snipes on the pylons. Nice snipes. At the same time, Stalkers are coming from behind, going for the mineral line. Catching out a couple of probes, but Showtime is in position. Showtime defends, and the Marines, some of them do make it out. Half of them. So, bit of a shaky, aggressive move here from the red team. A little bit shaky. They were able to get some probes. For 13 in total. Okay, not bad. 13 probe kills. They slow down Showtime. I do feel like Showtime is their biggest threat. So important here that they keep him in check. Meanwhile, a laser looks like, once again, we saw this attempted last game. It looks like a laser is going Mass Ling Bane into, or Mass Ling into Ultra. Not even Banelings, just pure Ling into Ultra. There it is, Infestationment's on the way towards that Hive Tech. We might see a couple of Spellcasters mixed in, like Infestors or Vipers. Oh, you know what, nice stasis. Stasis goes off. Tank gonna be going down. Time on the tanks. Tanks are denied. We do see they're trying to deny mining time here from Showtime as well as best they can. Catching up some Zerglings. No major pushes yet. Here comes that Hive. Yo, can a laser get into Ultras? There's a scan. They see. They know. Now they realize what's going on. The laser's trying to rush into Ultras. And now there's pressure on the red team to try to break them. Once again, the Ling run by. Goblin will defend. Goblin, he defends back at home. uThermal, he pushes in. Once again, going and focusing and fixating on Showtime. Showtime collapsing in the army. Ling's likewise filing in as well. The SimCity here, or the terrain, is going to be working against the Zerglings. Yeah, Lings, they just go down. They just melt. And it looks like they've done it. They've done it. They've broken a Showtime. They've broken a laser before they could embrace the Ultras. Yay, yay, yay. A laser is almost there. Almost. The runway is cleaned up. The base is denied. And there's just not much left here. Showtime is down to 10 Stalkers. 10 Stalkers, that is Showtime's army. He barely has anything left. Again, Showtime, he doesn't have an economy. I just realized he's on 2 bases. Like this is it. Like, that's why this base is so important for Showtime. He lost his third, he lost his natural. Showtime has no economy. A laser has Lings, but only Zerglings. And without Banelings, he cannot engage with the Marines. Like pure Ling is limited with what they can do. Yeah, they're just being abused here for being so greedy. Laser trying to get away with just mass Zergling too often. 2 games in a row, he gets punished for it. GG gets called. And both uThermal and Goblin will overwhelm. We'll take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive showing here from uThermal and Goblin. Again, a laser, he's known for his greed, but he was so greedy both in game 1 and in game 2. I should also emphasize it wasn't just that he was greedy, but also a shout out to uThermal and Goblin for being able to pull apart their opponents. They were both very aggressive, very assertive with their Hellion run-bys and Adept counterattacks and Oracle harass in game 1. Here in game 2, a little bit less so. It was more so their drop play. Like their drop play, their Oracle harass. They were able to not really abuse a laser as much. I mean, they did deny his third for a long time. True. Like he was late for a long time because of how late his third was, but also they did a great job at taking advantage of Showtime and forcing the blue team into bad fights. Pushing into the Marines, pushing into the tank lines, pushing into the terrain that did allow for them to have less service area as well. GG, well played. With that, we do have both uThermal and Goblin advancing on into the semifinals as well. Okay, so from here we have our semifinalists. I don't really have a clean bracket to show you guys, unfortunately, but regardless, we do have our semis. Our semifinals are going to be a best of 3 between uThermal, Goblin, and Milky Cow and Wayne. Okay, again, we just covered Milky Cow and Wayne. They took down Kelazar and Lambo. uThermal and Goblin, they just took down the Laser and Showtime, and now they face off against each other in the semifinals. On the other side, we have Spirit and MaxPax. I was giving them praise earlier, if you remember. Spirit and MaxPax, they are the best 2v2 players in the world. They are undefeated in any tournament that they play in. You don't get better. You don't get better than Spirit and MaxPax. They're favored to win the entire tournament. They're up against GG Machine and Shameless in the lower semis. Let's go. So we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have our semifinals and then our grand finals thereafter. So with that, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and get ready for a night of StarCraft. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Come. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we've returned. We've returned here with our semi-finals or semi-finals here of the uThermal 2v2 circuit May edition 2025. We just went over our quarterfinals matches, and I would say we had a couple of upsets here. Not gonna lie, like uThermal and Goblin, they're good. Don't get me wrong, like they're amazing players. But coming into this series, you know, we rate, at least individually, Showtime and Laser a lot higher. But at the same time, like they're also not typical partners. Like that I don't know if they have like that chemistry, you know. I don't know if they're synced up the same way that a Laser typically is with Skilless. So alas, they had a bit of a harder time, of course, partly because of just a Laser tendencies of being very greedy. They were shut down. Likewise, Lambo and Kellizer, also I guess a similar story where they don't really compete often together at all. They don't really compete together, so you know, maybe as a result they were a bit of a lesser pairing, and they were taking advantage of. And with that, we had both Milky and Wayne popping off. So really cool to see them excel, of course. And now we're getting into our next series. We're getting to our next game. Up next, we're going to be jumping into these two players facing off, or these two teams facing off against each other. We have uThermal and Goblin up against Wayne and Milky. How game 1 is going to be on Reclamation. Let's go. Seen quite a lot of this already. Quite a lot of this map, I should say. We have rarely seen Arctic. There are certain maps that have been, of course, vetoed more often than others. 2v2, they have their own meta, of course. Here we go, we're jumping in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Reclamation, we have our red team, we have our Red Zerg, we have our Terran, we have Wayne, and Milky Cow. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Terran and Protoss duo. We have our blue team. We have Goblin and uThermal. Here we go. Now, coming into this, if you recall, I would say that our red team here are probably the most aggressive team in the entire league. Both Wayne and Milky, they're willing to go for these all-ins, willing to be hyper-aggressive early on, and they are quite successful at it as well. We already saw that in their previous series, so we'll keep an eye on them specifically. Likewise, I'm sure uThermal and Goblin are fully aware, so they're fully aware of their aggressive tendencies. We'll see. I mean, they're already playing safe. They do wall off back at home. They do wall off. Ooh, meanwhile, as they wall up, we have a second rack. So 2 racks Reaper here out of uThermal, and we'll see if he goes into 3 racks Reaper once again. You know, we do have Wayne going for a standard opener, hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our Red Zerg, likewise standard opener out of our Red Terran as well, as there is no second gas. No second gas, so racks expand out of Milky Cow. Back at home, only 2 Raxes. Oh, did I speak too soon? 3. Let's go. So 3 Rax Reaper out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, we do have only a single gateway from Goblin. So this is not the same opener we saw last game. Remember, last game in the previous series, we had 2 gates, a Depth Harass into Oracle alongside 3 Rax Reaper. Here it's 3 Rax Reaper, but a standard economic opener out of Goblin. I say economic because he doesn't get a second gateway, which means he can afford a faster Nexus. Ooh, Stargate before Nexus. Okay, so Stargate opener out of Goblin, going for a bit of a delayed expansion with this faster Oracle. He's going for the faster Oracle. Reaper's moving out, and across the map we go Marine first. Ooh, interesting. Marine first. Out of Milky Cow. Milky Cow is going to be targeted. Second Marine has arrived. Does get the second Marine. Meanwhile, the first Marine does barely not go down. So far, nice control from uThermal. Controls well. Ooh, gets a Marine. Nice control. Takes down the Marine. Does pull away. Dancing with the army. Second Reaper has arrived. Ooh. Gets another worker. As he hunts down another Marine. There's nothing left, by the way. That was all the Marines. No shot. That was all the Marines. Only Zerglings and boys can defend from here on forward. Morrisby's going to be going down. Milky Cow, he is in trouble. Deep trouble. Oh, he doesn't get the surround. Barely not. No surround. Now a third Reaper has arrived. Adept as well. And that might just be game. Milky Cow, he has nothing. He has no economy. He has no economy at all. Almost gets surrounded. Pulls down to low ground. And so far, uThermal kites well. Yeah, deals with all these lings. Lings, they are cleaned up completely. Lings gonna be going down. Adepts, they do threaten more shades here into the bases of the Zerg. Remember, the Oracle's on the way. Cyclone does pop out though. Oh, he wants the Cyclone. He wants it. He wants the Cyclone. And he gets it. Oh my god. It does cost him 3 Reapers though. That was an expensive Cyclone. That was an expensive loss. Another Reaper goes down. Oh, but this is snowballing out of control. This is becoming too much. We have a second Cyclone on the way. That will help. But this is getting out of hand. This is far too much damage. This is game-ending damage. 9 drone kills, 9 SCV kills. Here comes that second Cyclone. Oracle into the main, focusing down as many drones as possible. And I didn't mention how Milky Cow and Wayne are typically the more aggressive players in the league, but nah. uThermal and Goblin. Haha. They do pop off. Link speed is done. uThermal races back home. Does race back. It does fully wall off. Does fully wall out. Okay. He's fine. He's fine. We'll lose a Reaper. We'll lose a Reaper here. We see Wayne rotating over, but at last the wall is solid. That's a 4th Rax? Jesus. 4th Rax has arrived. And the Cyclone will get some free damage. Okay. Oracle into the main. Cyclone popping up. Ooh, taking some hits. Does take some damage. Oh, looks like there was a bit of a disconnect. We are back. As it does settles here, we do have 16 drones. Oh god, there's nothing here. there's not much back at home, baby. There's 17 drones, which is a 1-base mineral line at that point. We have 31 SCVs against 34 workers of uThermal, and of course 42 probes of Goblin. Goblin, he's on a full 2-base economy. Goblin is skyrocketing ahead. And uThermal, he's holding his own. Holding his own. Going into his own 3rd TC. 5 racks? Jesus. 5 racks set up here. I thought it was 4. Getting into 5. Working towards +1. Still going Mass Reaper, by the way. He's not stopping. Just Mass Reaper out of uThermal. Triple Oracle's moving out. Plenty of Cyclones to defend. Plenty of Cyclones. Goblin's catching up the army. Nice lockouts here on the Stalkers. Lockouts are not fully broken. And that's going to be 3 Stalkers going down. Nicely done. Likewise, Lings are cleaned up, and now the Cyclones are exposed, and then as Reaper breaks through, yeah, there's so many Reapers. The last Reaper does break through. GG gets called, and Goblin and uThermal, they take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. They do take a lead in the series. Again, a very aggressive start here from uThermal and Goblin. They were able to just take advantage of Milky Cow. Milky Cow, he lost so much. Remember, there was a time where he was mining nothing. He had 0 economy in the main base and nothing at the natural either, as the CC wasn't even done at the time. It's just a really, really rough start for Milky Cow. Likewise, as they were scrambling to defend Milky Cow's bases, we had Goblin also taking advantage of it. Wayne as well, and Wayne, he barely had an economy. He went down to 16 drones. Like, that's nothing. Went down to 1 mineral line worth of workers, and he just could not sustain himself. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. We'll see if Wayne and Milky Cow can recover and bounce back. Let's go. Game 2 is going to be on Emerald City. So we're getting into game number 2. Again, a really strong start for our blue team, but here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our red team. We have our Terran and Zerg duo. Together, they are Wayne and Milky Cow. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our blue team. We have our Protoss and Terran. We have uThermal and Goblin. Once again, walling up. Once again, walling up here on the low ground. And again, Goblin and uThermal showcasing their more aggressive tendencies in game 1, and we'll see if that continues here coming into game number 2. Remember, uThermal, he went 5 racks plus 1 Mass Reaper. He just went Mass Reaper, baby. Ay, ay, ay. And again, because of the momentum they had early on, like, it worked. Got a lot of momentum. They did cripple both players. But this time, a safer start. Okay, this time we do see Milky Cow opening up double gas. Double gas open out to Milky Cow. Does open double gas. Probe and Scout did get eyes on the Overlord movement. Shout out to Goblin for pointing that out. But double gas means faster factory. So faster factory, delayed TC. Faster factory means faster Hellions. So if they got cheesed out once again, or if their opponents were hyper aggressive, the Milky Cow will be more prepared. So just a safer start out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener, once again out of Wayne. Across the map, only 1 Rax and only 1 Gateway. So we're calming things down here. It is going to be it's going to be Reaper first out of uThermal, but only a single Rax. Behind this will be expanding. So after a chaotic game 1, here in game 2, we're calming down. Calming down. We're playing standard this time. Because of this, because the red team is so scared as well, specifically Milky Cow is terrified, it does mean that uThermal, he will have the greater economy compared to Milky Cow, at least early on. So as we compare the Terrans, I would say that uThermal does take a slight lead, economically at least. Milky Cow, he will have a tech lead instead, and with this he can go into faster Cyclones, earlier tank drop, earlier Banshee play. He can make use of this to go into an earlier starport. As now is opening up safety Hellion. Meanwhile, Stargate opening out of Goblin. Stargate, I believe that was the before Nexus. So this is the same build 2 games in a row out of Goblin. So just Stargate opener, then expands. And this should lead into Oracles, then switch into Ground Toss. Meanwhile, Goblin is gonna be pylon blocking. Will delay. The Reaper comes in as well. Ooh, the probe will fall. Oh my god, he kills the drone. He barely gets a kill on the drone. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Wayne, he will be delayed. He will be denied. His third base is delayed. The Adept comes in. No shot. Wayne just wants to expand, papi. Ay, ay, ay. As both drones go down. The first to the Reaper, the second to the Adept. A rough moment here for Wayne. He just wants to expand. Ah. That now finally can take a third. Behind this, you see what I see. Second factory. Second factory is on the way. We do have mech on the horizon here from Milky Cow. Did attempt to go Mass Cyclone last game, but he was overwhelmed and overrun as he was on his own. Once again, is going Mass Cyclone. Oracle moves in, delays the CC. Oh, does run into the Cyclones though. Does see all the factories, and the Oracle does go down. Nice pick off here from Milky Cow. Does pick off, does shut down. At the same time, Mech out of Mech also out of uThermal. Going into more Hellion heavy composition, then into tank. So more traditional form of Mech out of uThermal going Hellion tank. Meanwhile, more modern form of Mech with Battle Mech from Milky Cow. Meanwhile, the Oracle does dive into the main. Gets Revelation. Cyclone once again does punish, and the Cyclone does not bring it down. Barely not. As Cyclone was distracted. Nice splash damage. Takes down 2 Hellions. Busts into the mineral line. It doesn't get much more done though. Yeah, this is not as worth it. Takes care of some Zerglings, but doesn't really get much more than that. uThermal throwing away a big chunk of supply there. Throws away quite a bit. Now again building up his tank count. The lair is now on the way from Wayne. This is a later lair. This is around 5 minutes, or it's 4:40, 4:50. Now, is Wayne actually going into roach play? Now, if you recall, in the last series, in the quarterfinals, the way that Wayne and Milky were able to bring down Lambo and Kellizer was with Muta play, was going to Spire, going into Mass Muta. And I don't see really much roach production here. The Roach Warren is done, but it's only a safety Roach Warren. We're looking and waiting for the Spire. We're expecting Mutas. Meanwhile, Hellions getting called out. Cyclones, they will win this battle. Will win this trade. The Cyclone even survives as well. Better pickoffs here for Milky Cow. And uThermal has been struggling, leaving out a lot of Hellions as he builds up his tanks. Golem being somewhat active. The lair is now done for Wayne. And I was expecting Spire play, but never mind. We have Roach speed and +1 range. Okay, so Wayne is committing into Roach Ravager. He's not going into Muta. We do get eyes on the expand. To rotate in time. Oh. To pull away. Likewise, uThermal rotating towards left hand side. Going for a Hellion run by. We have a Nidus Worm here from Wayne. Okay. Going into a Nidus Worm, going into an Infestation bit. Are we working towards Swarm Host? No shot. We might be. This Hellions get behind the mineral line. And they pick up a couple of workers here and there, but nothing major. And once again, uThermal bleeding out a lot of units. Like this entire game, uThermal, he hasn't been anywhere near as efficient as he has been in game 1 or even in previous series. Here comes the Nidus Worm. Yep, and there are the Swarm Hosts, as we expected. So Swarm Host Nidus here from Wayne. It's going to be 11 Swarm Hosts in production, and this is going to be a tough hold here for the blue team. Again, they've just lost so much map control and map presence. Yeah, the Cyclones will zone away. Doing rush on the right hand side. Nice catch here by Goblin. Very nice. Finally, something going blue team's way. Catching out all the Cyclones, denying the initial Nidus Worm as well. Back up Nidus on the right hand side. So far, the Locust Wave has achieved nothing. Overseer gets caught, but they're unaware of the Nidus. Again, they're pinging, trying to find it. Or just move in. Stormhost, they're found. And, oh, they're going to be spent on the Stalkers. Not ideal. Yeah, so wasted Locust Wave. Uh-oh. Again, the first Locust Wave is arguably the most important one. Just because it has that surprise factor. Roach they catch one of the tanks. Very nice kiting here from Goblin. Does kite away. Goblin, he is cleaning this up. Take some of the roaches. Likewise, diving on some of these Hellions. Once again, forcing the Locust Wave to use Vent. Like Goblin, he's doing really well for himself. Like he's at least in these past couple of moments, he's been like hard carrying right now. Just catching out all the Nidus Worms, forcing out all the Locust Waves, catching up the Cyclones, forcing back the army. And it's allowing uThermal to recover. I should emphasize as well that a reason for this is uThermal had a really rough early to mid game. uThermal, he's needing more time. Nice catch here with the Stalkers, catching up the Swarm Host. Oh my god, the body block. The body blocking is brutal. There's no way out. And Wayne, he gets caught out completely, losing every single Swarm Host. Ay, ay, ay. That was how many? That was 18. 18 Swarm Hosts go down, and suddenly everything swings in favor of the blue team. Now it's time to counterattack. Here comes the mech. Cyclones are pushing. And the red team, they're in danger. They do have a line of tanks. They have some Swarm Hosts remaining. Some Swarm Hosts. As they rotate over, the gold base should fall. There's no holding on to this. Once again, the Stalkers kind of baiting out the Locust Waves. So we're going to mass Widow Mine? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, mine shots are getting baited. There's Revelation. Expansion goes down. There's the skin. And we went from 18 Stormers down to 15. I mean, we're building back up. The Stormhouse count is getting there. But that momentum that the red team once had is not there anymore. Still very tense. Oh, that's an exposed Nidus. It's a one-way trip. The Nidus goes down. Someone said they have to get the hell out of here. They're walling away. uThermal, can he catch them? Not quite. Still because they blink over towards the left-hand side. uThermal coming in from behind, catching out the Cyclones. And Milky Cow, he almost gets caught out. I say almost, he does. Please, that's so many Cyclones. Just a really awkward engage for the red team. That is towards the top side. As both Wayne and Milky are they're holding on. They've actually built up a semblance of an army. True, they've been able to rebuild their swarm host. There's a decent tank count as well. There's what, 7 tanks. The problem is this. Yeah, the problem is that they're contained. They have no map vision, and with that, 3 tanks go down. There is a bit of a punish. At the same time, linger around the top side. So quick they move in. Baiting out the Lucas. Oh no! Now it's gonna be uThermal's turn. Yeah, it is uThermal's turn. He does catch out some of the Storm Hosts. A lot of Storm Hosts go down. Brutal pickoff. He came in from behind. Oh no. Takes down the gold and the Cyclones. They lock onto everything. They catch out Swarm Hosts. Widow Mines. We're down to how many? Down to 11 Swarm Hosts. How many have gone down this game? 30. Ay, ay, ay. And again, despite having a rough start, blue team, they brought it back. They brought it all the way back. Goblin and uThermal. Fungal will slow down the Archons. Tanks are in the midst of sieging. Gotta respect the tanks. Thermal does kite away. Does kite back. Can Wayne still trying to hold his own? Speaking of, we should not be here. Oh, no, not again! These soldiers should not be here. Get out of here. Losing up to 3, losing up to 4, 5, 6. Oh my god. Yeah, 6, 7. Almost every Stormers goes down. Not again. Not again. And this time with these Zealots, you can just keep pushing. You can just keep on charging in. Zealots, they tank well. They get on top of said tanks. That was 39 Stormers falling. We have 2 Stormers left. At the same time, massive warp into the main. Wayne just getting pulled apart. Being distracted, being forced further back in. This can create an opening. Oh. So we had double prism. Let's go. uThermal rallying everything over. Tanks getting caught out. And behind this we have Sky Toss on the way. Jesus. Double Stargate rushing into Tempest. I say rushing, I mean getting into Tempest. So 15 minutes in. And this does feel like a Hail Mary play, going to Mass Window Mine. Zells back into the main base. There's a scan. Scan takes down the lurkers. More charges rushing in. The lurkers, they do nothing. There is a decent tank line towards the south side, so we do see that uThermal can't quite break through. There's a lot of tanks, but elsewhere, less so. Zells even going for the Hive. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. The Hive is getting very low here, down to 50 HP. Down to 15. One swipe, one shot away. And GG gets called. There's just too much to handle, and with that, uThermal and Goblin, they will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. You see Milky Cow coping a little bit. GG gets called, and there it is, a strong 2-0 here. It was a rough start, to be fair. I should wind it back a little bit, but it was a rough start for uThermal and Goblin. They bled out a lot of Hellions, they bled out a lot of units early on, but they were able to recover. Specifically, I want to give a lot of credits to Goblin. He was able to catch out the Cyclones, able to catch out the Swarm Hosts. If you remember, the big moment where they did recover, where everything swung in favor of the blue team, was when Goblin was able to body block and catch 18 Swarm Hosts. It was crazy, but he was able to blink forward, able to catch out 18 Swarm Hosts. There was no way out for them, and with that, when he lost the army that he was building up towards, he had lost momentum. That allowed them to be more active, more aggressive, to deny bases, and to contain both Milky Cow and Wayne. GG, well played. So nice moves here from both uThermal and Goblin. They will claim the series, they will advance on to the grand finals. But the question becomes, who will face off against them in those finals? Up next, we have our next series. It's going to be a best of 3 between Spirit MaxPax alongside GG Machine and Shameless. I mentioned before that Spirit and MaxPax, they are the best 2v2 team in the world, straight up. Like, they are undefeated in every tournament they sign up for. They are the #1 seeds of the circuit, and whenever they play against anyone, they're favored. They are going to be favored. So we'll see if anyone can cause the upset. We'll see if GG Machine and Shameless are up for the challenge. Here we go. We'll see if they are up for it. As game 1 is going to be on Undercurrent. Oh, for the first time tonight. Let's go. For the first time. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the favorites themselves here. We have the #1 pairing, the #1 duo here in 2v2 in StarCraft 2. We have MaxPax and Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Protoss and Zerg duo. We have Shameless and GG Machine. We go. And again, Shameless and GG Machine, they actually play a lot of 2v2s together, similar to Milky Cow and Wayne, to be honest. Very similar in just how active they are on the 2v2 ladder. Likewise, they also have their own kind of unique twist to things as well. I think it was last month where they actually defeated Serral, or it could have even been this month as well, where they took down Serral's team. Again, Shameless and GG Machine, they have been popping up. And we'll see how they compare. Again, Spirit and MaxPax, they won every single 2v2 tournament they have ever played in. The only exception to that was, that they didn't play in, of course, was last month. Last month, it was Spirit and Showtime, and they won that as well. So you don't get much better than MaxPax and Spirit. There have been some contenders, like we've seen like Skills and a Laser try to bring them down. We've seen Trigger and Clem also try to bring them down. uThermal and Goblin, of course, as well. But we'll see how both Shameless and GG Machine do perform. We'll see how they do. First things first, welcome to Undercurrent. Undercurrent is an interesting map in the map pool. We do have a shared main base, we have a shared natural, but there are multiple entrances to that natural base. There's a small choke point towards the left-hand side, and there are more entrances here on the right as well, so it's a little bit more accessible as an expansion, and you can try to abuse this area. At the same time, there's also a pocket. There's a pocket base here that either player can take. We do see that MaxPax is going for the safe pocket expansion, so MaxPax he will have a secured 2-base setup. Meanwhile, Shameless and Shameless and GG Machine, they are still holding on to that pocket. They're not using it yet. Also, this is the dinosaur map, or the primal map. As you can hear, yeah. There's like a big, like, Leviathan creature. Does lurk about here as well. I appreciate the ambient noise. For the most part. So now the initial Reaper Hellion does move out. Ooh, cashing out Shameless. Yeah, first that does full. Massive pickup. From here can head into the main. Doesn't quite go for it. The openers themselves were standard. It was a Stargate opener that had MaxPax going into Phoenixes. So Phoenix opener here from our red Protoss. Likewise getting one, getting 2 probe kills. Little damage. They do pull away. Ooh. Catching out the Reaper. At least catch the Reaper. Behind this Oracle follow-up after the Phoenix. Speaking of, the Phoenix is hunting down Overlords. And we do see GG Machine actually going for a bit of a Ling flood here. He's rushing into the gold. Okay. Rushing into the gold base. Lings are moving out. They flood across the map. They are spotted by the Phoenix. Back on what do we have? Stalkers in position. No, sorry, Stalkers moving in. SCV's going to be going down. Can we catch out the Cyclone? Oh, Cyclone does kite back. And the Cyclone, it looks like it will not get away. Massive catch. Nice target firing out of the Stalkers. Catching out the Cyclone, catching out the Marines. And that falls as well. And these SCVs are forfeit. Massive pickoffs here. Again, GG Machine did catch them off guard, rushing into the gold and just flooding across the map. Stalkers a recall to help deal with the Oracle. The Oracle does get 7 kills. 7 probe kills on the Oracle. Getting an 8th probe. 9. Oh god, it's getting out of hand. 10, 11, 12. 12 kills on the Oracle. So on the one hand, they do a great job crippling Spirits. Meanwhile, we do see MaxPax crippling Shameless. Ooh, tank is on siege. The tank does on siege. Lings a flooded 4, they catch out the Marines. Spirit is struggling. Like, Spirit, he's still just being bullied here. I mean, this is the downside of not taking the pocket, right? Like, MaxPax, he is safe. He is safe, he is secure. Spirit is not. As Spirit, he's stuck on a 1-base setup. He does have 3 CCs. He doesn't have that economy. Behind this, GG Machine taking another expansion. Getting a 4th base. Leaving that pocket base, I would imagine, for Shameless. Oracles are moving out. And once again, this is the one Oracle with 13 kills. Jesus. Meanwhile, what is MaxPax up to? From here, he's going for the Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine is on the way. Forge as well. Checking the vision here. I believe GG Machine, they aren't quite aware. But we're going to Dark Templar. Once again, at this point, MaxPax, he has to be the carry, and he has to try to just give Spirit the breathing room that he needs to recover. Because Spirit, he has been hurting. He's been hurting a lot this game. And Phoenix into the main. You can see the ping here from MaxPax. He does scout the double EVA chamber. Double upgrades on the way. Going into Ling Bane. I was going to say Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Sorry, Ling Bane Hydra. Okay. Ling Bane Hydra out of GG Machine. Proxy Gateway gets found. Behind this Siege Machine, I think he's drawn up to 80, 74, but he has a solid economy. 74 drones. Spirit still trying to build back up. Meanwhile, MaxPax has been taking quite a bit here with that economy, but what is he doing with said tech? Does have the proxy pylon. No Dark Templar yet. There are some spores in position. And we're moving out. We are going for a move out. Dark Templar do warp in as the push is happening. And we'll see if a MaxPax and Spirit can punish the gold. So they can punish. Things they collapse forward in. Oh, tank is unsieged. Getting one, getting both tanks. And nice target finding there from Shameless. Does focus on the tanks. At the same time, DTs they wander into the bases. And once again, targeting Shameless. And probes are going down. Shameless, he does react. He does pull away. But he needs help. Does need help. Behind this, no observer. There are overseers on the way. And he has zero economy again. No mining at the third, the natural, or the main. Ay, ay, ay. Zero income here for Shameless. And here comes MaxPax in towards the gold. The other players are distracted. Oh, the rest of the army is distracted. Ooh, as there's still a Dark Templar. Still in the bases. And those DTs may have just done it. I mean, it's going to be a tough hold. No Bailings, and we're denied. Okay. The armies, they come together. To come together, Queen does fall. Catching out the Stalkers. I mean, focusing on this fight, Spirit, he still doesn't really have much to work with. Down to 2 tanks. Force back. Forced to back off. The bases that back up and running. Against Shameless, he's still hurting. But he survives. This is more Dark Templar. Oh. Tanks to get behind the middle line. GG Machine trying to collapse in. Nice blink there from Shameless. And they will hold. They will shut down the tanks. Tanks do fall. They can try to keep chasing. They have enough. Together at least. And together they do have enough. Stasis goes off, catching out some reinforcements. Hydra starts stepping forward. And again, there's no Storm, there's no Colossus, there's no splash damage. Shameless GG Machine, I feel like they're doing it. If it wasn't for these DTs. Oh no! Dark Templar, they move in once again. Once again, these DTs, they're keeping MaxPax and Spirit in this game, and they may even win them this game as well. Like, if it wasn't for this, Shameless would be in just in a much better position. Ay, ay, ay. We have a drop towards left hand side, Dark Templar as well, that will distract GG Machine. Meanwhile, he has gone into Lurker tech. The Lunkers have arrived. I believe no Vipers yet. Yeah, no Vipers, just Lurkers. Drop moves in. Ooh, denies the expansion. That's a 9. Yeah, Storm, as the Lurkers are exposed, they're going to be the first thing to go down. Yeah, the army's out of position. Lings, they try to flood in through the storms. And they barely do make it through. Nice surround here from Shameless. Comes in from behind. And with that, they take the fight. They take the fight at the same time. Ooh, the proxy pylon has finally been found. DT driving back in, but this time there's a cannon to defend. Let's go. There are cannons. And bases are going down. Have they done it? Have they broken through? GG Machine, he's maxed. The carry, Pappy, with the help of the gold base. GG Machine, he will overwhelm. Of course, he can also give resources to Shameless to help keep him afloat. Oh, they don't deny the upgrades. Upgrades do finish. And Ghosts have arrived as well. Ooh. And blue team does overextend. They have to back off. Get the hell out of here. Here they pull away. Vipers are gathering energy. But they did break one of MaxPax's expansions. Still keeping up. Likewise, Nidus into the main. Let's go. Going for the Nidus Swarm. No reaction. Yes, he doesn't notice. He does not notice. What do we have inside? Lurkers. Yeah, Lunkers into the main. GG Machine just pulling them apart. Yeah, now they notice. That was the ping. Now they notice after the fact. He's on top of the production. Yeah, Lurkers are popping off. At the same time, Blinding Clasher on the tanks. Ooh, nice EMP. CMP's on the Vipers. But it's all about just buying time. Just buying time for Lurkers to do their thing. To get the job done. As they just cripple the production. Storm on Stalkers. Less than ideal. Oh. But GG Machine is being overwhelmed. Again, without Lurkers, there's no defense here. Uh-oh. Nidus goes down. Nidus Storm goes down. Lurkers is still trading well for themselves, but this main army is still looking terrifying. The base crumbles. Army stems in, takes down 2 expansions. GG Machine, he's exposed. And again, where are the defensive Lunkers, Pappy? Ah, there are none. There are none. But still a very chaotic fight. Lurkers are getting cleaned up. Lurkers are cleaned up across the map. And with that, GG Machine is being broken. Being broken here and now. I do like this counterattack here from Shameless. Denies the warp in. Denies the warp in, takes down the expansion. But there's still just too much to work with. Like Spirit, he did recover. He took the gold base. Took all these CCs. He's been left alone. Spirit now has a terrifying army with ghosts. And again, Shameless and G Machine, they had such a good lead, such a strong start, and then the DTs. Like as we mentioned, like the Dark Temple were the MVPs this game. Like they did such a great job of just crippling GG Machine. Sorry, crippling Shameless. I meant to say, crippling Shameless, shutting him down. He was just a non-factor for so long. Meanwhile, GG Machine is on his own. He's on his own, doing what he can, takes down a mineral line. At the same time, Shameless catching out MaxPax. Does catch out the army. Not bad. Forces the recall, takes out the Immortals. MaxPax getting surrounded. Okay. Oof. I can also say the same here for GG Machine, and now he's out. Like GG Machine, he is down to what? 2 bases. He's down to what, half a mining base? Like there's 1 patch of the main, there's what, 4 patches here at the natural. He's long distance mining. Like GG Machine, he has nothing. There's nothing left here for the Zerg. Shameless has an army, but Spirit and MaxPax, they have 2. And here they come together. They got Ghost, they got Storm. Going around doing what they can. Get some cannons. True. Do see Spirit just stimming in, takes down the base, and he cannot be stopped. Like the main army is terrifying. I do like his counterattack here, catching reinforcements. but who catches who? He also does collapse in. Pushing forward. They'll take out and engage. Those are brutal EMPs. We can see here that GG Machine is still trying to recover, trying to be in this game. He wants to take parts. Nice little run by. Lurker's moving through the center. Spirit is maxed out. And here come the mass snipes. Catching out some of the lurkers. Catching out soon to be all the lurkers. Yeah, the snipes are brutal. Oh god, the storms as well. With that, they swallow up the lurkers, and GG gets called. MaxPax and Spirits, they will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. I do want to give credit though to GG Machine and Shameless because they had a better start. Like, they had a stronger start. They had a lead early on. If you remember, they were able to cripple the economy of Spirit. They were also able to shut down the initial aggression from MaxPax as well. For the most part, of course, the Oracle was popping off, but they struggled with the Dark Templar. Like, if you remember, MaxPax, he was left alone. He teched up into DTs, and those Dark Templar did so much damage to specifically Shameless. It didn't slow down GG Machine, but it meant that he had no support, right? It meant that he had no supportive army, or he had limited support from his teammate from Shameless. And with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax and Spirit, they take game number 1. Whew. But again, I could have definitely seen that going either way. And now we get into game number 2. And we'll see if we can force the ace match. We'll see if Spirit and MaxPax will claim the series. As game 2 is going to be on Emerald City. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Emerald City, we have our duo. Oh my god. We have our duo. We have our Danish Protoss. We have our Polish Terran. We have Spirit and MaxPax. I think I see what's happening. As they lead in the series 1-0 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Zerg and Protoss duo. We have Shameless and GG Machine. Let's go. Let's go. So we are going to be jumping in to game number 2, and we have colors, Pappy. We have colors. It's crazy. Let's go. Whew. As we are going to be calming down, we're going to be settling in again. So I mean, again, last game was quite back and forth. There were definitely strong moments for our, I almost said blue team. What do I call them now? Yeah, some strong moments here for both GG Machine and Shameless. Likewise, also from Spirit and MaxPax. For the time being, we do have some standard openers. Single gas opener out of Spirit, going for a faster CC. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for a gate expand. Yeah, gate expand before the cyber core. So very greedy build here from MaxPax. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we have hatch gas pool, standard opener out of GG Machine. Likewise, we do have a gate cyber expand out of Shameless. So we do see that Shameless is being very economic, but MaxPax is being even more greedy here. So MaxPax is cutting corners, a bit of a risky maneuver, but will do so to gain an economic lead. Likewise, Spirit also with the fastest CC on the low ground. So nothing aggressive, nothing too chaotic early on. Just both players being more economic, and again, MaxPax kind of coming out on top here. In regards to the openers. Welcome to Emerald City. This has been in the map pool rotation for what, 10 years? Like, it feels like at least that long. It's been a long time. Emerald City has been around for a very long time. Behind this, we do have a shared main base, both bases in the main, and a shared natural as well. Finally, Shameless can expand. Finally, can take his natural. Seems like the Lurkanize was actually a mistake. I think it did well for itself. Unfortunately, there were no defensive lurkers to defend back at home, right? Unfortunately, there was just nothing to hold on, and that did end up costing GG Machine 2 bases, I believe, or 3. As we do see GG Machine, speaking of, does drone up somewhat here on 2 bases and is now going for a massive Ling flood. We have 20 Lings in production. And we'll soon race across the map. Behind this could be a Twilight Council opener out of Shameless. Standard opener, standard follow-up. Here we go. Here come the Lings. As Lings are rushing across the map, the Oracle does move out. Back at home, what can the Lings get done? There is a bunker already, so safety bunker, safety tank. Lings, they can get on top of the tank at least. Oof, but yeah, the tank will deter. And again, this is a big investment. These Lings could have been drones. Oracle has arrived. And does get a probe. Gets 1, gets 2. Just barely. Gets 3 probe kills. Lings, they do get behind the army into the mineral line, getting an SCV. Getting 1 SCV so far. Nothing major. Nothing major. Likewise, stasis traps are at least being dealt with. Shameless does pull away in time. Oof, miscontrol though with his stalkers though. In the end, to get caught out, has to pull away. Behind this, Shameless pulling a MaxPax, going into DTs, going for the Dark Shrine. There's potential. Unfortunately here, the problem with the dynamic that we are sharing is that because Spirit is MaxPax's teammate, he has scans, right? That was something that is unavailable to Shameless and GG Machine. But scans will be available to help with those Dark Templar, especially with the 3rd CC, right? The 3rd CC is about to finish. Orbital is morphing in. So Dark Templar aren't going to be as effective against MaxPax's team as they were against Shameless's team. But, we'll see what they get done. We'll see what they can achieve. Likewise, we have Bio out of Spirits, going into Stim, Combat Shields, double eBay, double upgrades. Claiming is 3rd. And the game is slowing down. We're slowing down from here. Now, last game we did see Lingbane Hydra out of GG Machine. We'll see if we head in that direction again. Going for melee upgrades, into the Baneling Nest. This can lead into Lingbane into Ultra Tech, so we could go into Ultras or go into Hydras from here. Or technically into Muta as well. Technically. So we are pushing out. Baneling's not ready for this. It's going to be purely Ling Stalker defense. Oh, and it's going to be quite limited what that can accomplish here. The base is going to go down. They just cannot engage, not into this. Lings, they trickle in. They're not going to get much done. You can see GG Machine trying to catch reinforcements. And the base falls. And they get what they wanted. From here, they can just back off or keep pushing. Spirit, he rotates. Does back off. Spirit, he's gonna get surrounded. He's on his own. Yeah, he's on his own. MaxPax, he peeled off towards the left-hand side. Spirit, he'll be chased down. Oof. But MaxPax does get an expansion. So Spirit Heal's mainly a distraction. He does distract. Another base falls. Was that worth it? And Spirit's army is hurting, but it's gonna be okay if MaxPax can make it back home. Stalkers, they make it back. Baneling speed is almost done, and here comes the counterattack. Doesn't quite commit. There's Infestation Bit. At this stage of the game, without there being a Hydrogen or a Spire, this should be link made into Ultras. Like, Ultras should be on the horizon. Unfortunately, it's very gas and very mineral intensive to try to pull this off, and we just saw GG Machine lose 2 bases, right? 2 expansions just went down. He's in a rough place. Does need time to recover to get into this. There goes the Hive. We're almost at Ultras. Almost. It's getting there. You got MaxPax and Spirit. They've just been a lot more comfortable this game. DTs, they run into I guess. They run into cannons. Do we have an energy overcharge? We do. There's Revelation. So they defend back at home. Likewise, they snipe another expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Does cost Spirit to drop. True. Does cost him. Never mind. Max actually comes into support, takes out the expansion once again. Does force another cancel. Oof, brutal stasis. Stasis goes off GG Machine. He has to get something done here. He's going for the mineral line. Takes down the Zealots, gets into the mineral line. Probes, they are late to pull away. Does get some probes. Catches out some Marines as well. Can take down the expansion. Very nice. But this is necessary. Like, back at home, they're still losing bases, by the way. They're still losing more expansions. Oh, God, that's a second Nexus going down for Shameless. His front bite has been good, but needs more damage. Gets a tank. Gets 2 tanks. Takes down 2 tanks. Takes down the Nexus itself. And going for a 3rd tank. Doesn't quite get it. Yeah, not quite. Here, pulls away. And they're just no bases. They're just, I mean, here we have GG Machine. He's on a 3-base setup. He just keeps trying to, but he cannot get the gold. Likewise, Shameless also stuck on a 2-base setup as well. Double drop here into the main. And sure, they fought hard to take down 1 Nexus, but that's all they got. Just the 1. Spirit and MaxPax is snowballing out of control. Drop is done within the main. Stasis runs out, catching out all these Stalkers. Another Stasis will catch them. The layered stasis traps. And now there's that Ultra Cavern that we spoke about, but I don't know if we'll ever see any, I'll be honest. I don't know if we'll ever get there. We'll see. Can we survive long enough until Ultra Tech back? Can we get there? Can we survive? As DTs, they're popping off. Once again, as we mentioned, like, there's no easy, like, response to these Templar with a scan, so they have to morph in Overseers. They have to morph in Observers as well. And MaxPax now moving in for the kill. We have 4 Ultras on the way. Can we survive? Let's go. The Ultras are coming. Stasis goes off. Again, MaxPax Spirit, they're pushing in. They're going for the kill. Ultras there. No, no, we're not getting it. No, we're halfway done. The Ultras. Yeah, we didn't get there. We didn't get to see them. GG gets called. MaxPax and Spirits, they will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They will claim it. I was concerned we weren't going to see the Ultras. We didn't get there. We didn't get there in the end. Again, it was just a really rough game here for Shameless and GG Machine. They were just losing so many bases in the early game. In the early to mid game, we saw GG Machine lose 2 expansions back to back. It was brutal. Part of that was also because he did overinvest into Zerglings. If you remember, he made 20 plus Zerglings at the start of the game. Wasn't really worth it. Didn't really find much damage. He got like 2 SCVs, if that. So from there, his joining was delayed, he double expanded, and he tried to saturate, tried to build up into the mid game, but he was punished by both MaxPax and Spirits. They were able to break those bases, and they did a great job of just maintaining control of that economy. We saw so many hatcheries and Nexi going down, and yeah, with that, a much more dominant performance here by MaxPax and Spirit. Much more than game one. Like game one, as I mentioned, GG Machine and Shameless, they were ahead. They had a stronger start, they were looking good, but it kind of fell by the wayside. Here, not at all. Here, like, it was, again, a lot more dominant here from MaxPax and Spirit. Really well done. Really well done. GG well played. With that, they will claim the series, and that leads us into our grand finals. So Spirit and MaxPax, they advanced on for the semifinals. Who also advanced on, if you recall, it was uThermal and a Goblin. They also did advance on. They're also have been waiting for their opponents. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be going on a short break, here, and when we come back, we'll have our best of 5 grand finals ready for you. Best of 5 between MaxPax Spirit up against Goblin and uThermal. Let's go. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to get into. We'll get into it after this short break. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. So the grand finals here of uThermal CV2 circuit, May 2025th edition. So the May 2025th edition, here we go. Again, this is a monthly tournament. Every single month, uThermal has been hosting these CV2 tournaments on a regular basis. As a reminder, this event did occur a couple of weeks ago, and we were there for it. But for those that are maybe unfamiliar, the CranKy Ducklings team, we were brought on to admin. So myself, Kuro as well, we do admin the event. So we're there for it, and we just make sure that everything runs smoothly. We make sure that all the players are finding each other, they're all competing with each other, that we get all the payment information, for example, and are there to make sure that there's nothing going awry for the event itself. So we do actually admin the event live. That means we can't cast it. We're not able to cast it live. Instead, I believe Steadfast is usually covering it live, and uThermal also streams as well. But of course, uThermal, he's kind enough to share those replays, to share the matches, so that we can then cast it after the fact. So we're here to go over the finals of the May edition. We have our top two teams, and I think this is the first time that uThermal and Goblin have made it this far. Like, uThermal and Goblin, they're really good as a duo. They're very entertaining as well. Like, they're amazing, they're beautiful, they're fan favorites, of course, but often we see teams like Spirit and MaxPax, like a Laser and Skilless, like Serral and Zhuge or even Trigger and Clem making it through instead. So I think this might be the first time they're in the finals, which is really hype. It's really cool to see them making it this far. I mentioned earlier that we had a lot of replacements, a lot of other kind of fresh duos kind of this month instead, which might be a reason for that, but at the same time, they've been playing very, very well for themselves. And we'll see how they compare to the best 2v2 team in the world. I mentioned it before, but you get Spirit and MaxPax, they have gone undefeated. Every tournament that they sign up for, they win. And they sign up for everything, by the way. Like Spirit and MaxPax, they are very, very active in the 2v2 scene, and they are very dominant as well. Typically, I would say the second best team in the world in 2v2 are Clem and Trigger. Like Clem and Trigger, they're often second to Spirit and MaxPax. But this month, there is no Clem, there is no Trigger. Instead, we have uThermal and Goblin. We have uThermal and Goblin rising up to the challenge. And we'll see how they compare. Let's go, as we are jumping into game one. Game one is going to be on Undercurrent. Let us go. Here we go. Also, shout out to the community. Again, the prize money and the funding for this tournament is all crowdfunded. It's all crowdfunded, so a big shout out to the community, whether you were, of course, from uThermal's YouTube or from the surrounding community as well. So a big shout out to the people for making this event happen. And here we go. We have our initial duo. We have our red team spawning in the bottom hand corner. We have our Proto Centauran. We have MaxPax and Spirit. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have a bit of a fresher face here to the finals. We don't often see them here, but they've already fought well for this. They fought hard, and we'll see how they compare. We have our Terran and Protoss. We have uThermal and Goblin. Let us go. As you can, Terran and Protoss, they're considered to be the strongest pairing in 2v2 as well. Having a Terran and Protoss together. When it comes to longer later games, Mech and Skytos can excel, and in general, like they just complement each other quite well when it comes to scans, when it comes to harass, when it comes to how active you can be on the map. Meanwhile, ooh, we do open up more aggressively here. We have uThermal opening up 2-Rex. So 2-Rex Reaver here out of uThermal. Meanwhile, Goblin does hide a pylon here for, I would imagine, a proxy Stargate. Okay. So much more aggressive start. They do fully wall off. They fully wall off here on top of the ramp. Gauge into Cybercore here out of Goblin. Going for what looks to be a standard opener. Alas, MaxPax, he does of course ping. He does point it out. We see MaxPax. Ooh, gate expand. Gate expand. A greedy build here by MaxPax. Meanwhile, a more standard build here from Goblin. With that, that means that he will have faster attack. Of course, without the probe scout, they don't know if there's a pylon missing. We know that there is, but MaxPax and Spirit do not. So with this, we're expecting a Stargate once the Cybercore is done. Meanwhile, they also don't get eyes on what uThermal's up to either. So a very cheeky setup here from uThermal and Goblin. Spirit and MaxPax are in the dark. We do see, a Rax into Factory. This is going to be a gas opener here. Single gas into a faster CC, typically. But we can see Spirit playing safe. So he does play safe, going for the faster factory instead. CC on the high ground from uThermal. There's that proxy Stargate that we did anticipate, making its way towards the main. And damage can be done. Going to be rallying the Oracle right in. We'll see if we can cripple MaxPax early on. We'll see if Goblin can cripple. Actually does pull away. Oracle's halfway done. Stargate just now finishing here for MaxPax. And here come the Reapers. At least with the Adept Scout, they are aware of the 2x Reaper here from uThermal. First Reaper goes down, they get a full scout. Oh, but uThermal is going to be completely cleaned up here, losing every single Reaper. One of them barely does escape. 3 CC. Oh my god, Spirit being so greedy, rushing to the third base right after the factory, before the starport. Very greedy build here from Spirit. Meanwhile, the Oracle does dive in, and what can we get done? Okay, going straight for MaxPax. 1, 2, 3 probe kills, but the Cyclone is here. Cyclone has arrived. The Cyclone will shut down the Oracle. Yeah, it's a one-way trip. We're just going to throw it away. Oof. And that was 6 probes. It's okay damage, but again, ideally you do want to save that Oracle. Adept here. No, the Adept save bust in. They shade into the main. Yeah, uThermal, he was unable to lift in time. The door was open, and probes are going down. And Goblin, he worked hard for his 6 probe kills. He worked hard for it, but alas, in the end, he will lose 5 probes himself. So with that, the damage that he achieved across the map, I mean, it was in a way nullified. MaxPax did even things up. Again, the door was open. Oh. Oh my I forgot about this. Yes, there is a Reaper cliff here in the center, but it is shut down by the Cyclone. God damn. I forgot, Bobby. I forgot. It's the Reaper. Last was hunted down. Behind this we have, I believe, a 4-gate setup. Yeah, 4-gate blink as a follow-up here for Goblin, so very aggressive. Going into 4-gate blink Stalker. Cyclones, they pick away here at the Marines. Dark Shrine is on the way for MaxPax. Again, we've seen him excel with DTs before. Nice force field, locking down the Cyclones. He gets 1. Oh, but he doesn't get 2. Just the 1 Cyclone. Oracle is deflected. So far, 2 players are keeping up with each other. To see MaxPax now claiming a 3rd, it's almost done. And remember, Spirit, who went for the faster TC. So the problem here is that we do see Spirit and MaxPax being greedy, taking faster expansions and getting away with it. They've yet to fully embrace and fully, I mean, they've yet to really pay for themselves yet, but they soon will once they get taken. Right now, the pressure is on the blue team to get some counter damage. The pressure is on uThermal and Goblin. They have to get something done. Goblin just now starting up his own 3rd. uThermal just now starting up his. Jump towards the left hand side. No. Shout out to the Primal Zerg. Drop is deflected. So far, we don't really find much damage. Remember, Goblin, he went 4-gate blink and doesn't really achieve much with it. Still trying to recover. They do notice the Dark Templar. Nice save. Very nice. Keen eyes there by Goblin. You could see that Goblin, he was like spamming the ping. he was like, Bobby, this, DTs. Saw the scan. And we're holding on and hoping for another scan soon. Uh-oh. As Dark Templar, they do deny mining. They break down that front door. Oof. Island goes down. DT here at the natural again. Scans are limited. And there's no scan. Yeah, there we go. We just now get a scan. Oh no, he gets away. The DT does slip by. Not like this. Oh, second scan in the main. Another scan here on the low ground, and with that they clean up the Dark Templar. That was, I mean, that could have been worse. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been dire. More DTs are waddling in. We do see there's no eBay. There's no turrets. No turrets. Likewise, a cannon gets thrown down, but it's not done yet. Probe's gonna be falling. There's a scan. That is still brutal damage. 11 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. So that was 6 kills from the Dark Templar. As earlier did lose 5 to the Adepts, if you recall. Double drop moving out. Likewise, uThermal and Goblin. They've had enough defending. They break out themselves. Ooh, Spirit, he rushed into the gold. Nice position with the tanks. Does an eye mining. Does an eye mining at the gold base. Spirit still dropping across the map. Ooh, oh god, crazy blink out of MaxPax. Doesn't get punished for it. Dragging the army within range of the tank. At the same time, you see uThermal, he just avoids the tank, just goes straight towards the natural. Takes down the gas guy at the same time, double jump into the natural waste of uThermal. SMEs are going down. Oh, uThermal, he does have an offensive tank. He holds. He does hold on. But how much did he lose? Oh, 11 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal losses. The job is still going, still getting more damage. Nothing major yet. Yeah, it was left idle. So it did attack buildings. Likewise, Goblin trying to find a way in, but unable to. And with that Spirit and MaxPax, they defend, they maintain their goal base. Blue team across the map has to still deal with Dark Templar. DTs are so annoying. So annoying, man. Yeah. Oh. Once again, going for a split push. The drop gets spotted by the Zelnaga. Spirit, he responds. We do see the MaxPax, he responds with a single High Templar as well. Pulls back one. Forcing back Goblin. uThermal turns back around. Double drop here towards the natural uThermal once again. uThermal, he's distracted. Main army's pushing in. And they have the high ground. They have the gold. Yeah, they have control of the gold base. And they will just annihilate the mineral line. SCVs are going to go down. And you see MaxPax is holding onto the storms. He's not wasting them. He's got 4 storms to the main army. Bullying back Goblin. Oh, the friendly fire. Goblin is going to be bullied back. Storm on the Storm on the yeah, sure, why not? Storm on the Zealots. There's still 2 storms left. Base is under fire. Drop is still active. And they are just torn apart. Yeah, the blue team is just torn apart. We do see uThermal going for a Hail Mary play. Does go for a Doom Drop across the map. And he might get some damage, but back at home he's losing everything. The bases are all on fire. Oh god, there's defensive storms. Oh no! The storms fall off. GG gets called. And with that, Spirit and MaxPax take game number 1. GG. They do take game 1. Again, the Dark Templar, we saw before in the previous matchup against Shameless and GG Machine here as well. It wasn't really how much damage they did, but they just caused so much chaos. They caused so much attention to be stuck at home. It did give breathing room to allow for MaxPax and Spirit to get away with their greed. Remember how it all began. We saw both MaxPax and Spirit be quite greedy, claiming much faster third bases. And they got away with it. Thanks to the Dark Templar, the opposing team was busy at home, right? They were busy back at home, busy trying to just scrambling for a defense against the Dark Templar. Throughout all of that, the gold base was taken. We saw uThermal and Goblin attempt to punish the gold, but failed to. And we're quite able to. From there, Spirit and MaxPax, they snowballed out of control. With that, GG. And now we're getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Arctic Flowers. For the first time, actually. True. For the first time. as we haven't really been able to experience too much variety when it comes to maps making it through the veto process, but this is a best of 5, so we do get extra maps here. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Arctic Flowers, we have, I think, the most vetoed map in the 2v2 map pool. We have our red team, we have the best 2v2 team in the world. We have our Terran and Protoss, we have Spirit and MaxPax. And this morning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have, likewise, the Protoss and Terran. We have uThermal and Goblin. Oh, we're cheesing. Let's go. As we do open up in a cheeky manner, we do have a proxy racks here over on the right-hand side from uThermal. This is a fake proxy racks location mixed with a very real proxy gateway. Interesting combination. That's what I will say. Interesting combination here. So we do see Goblin going for the proxy gate in the center of the map. And again, of course, welcome to Arctic Flowers. We have a shared main. We have a shared natural. The natural is a little bit more exposed, a little bit more open, of course. Likewise, the third bases are also spread out. Oh, and the proxy gets scattered. It gets scattered. It gets scattered immediately. It's in the main scatting path. Huh. Okay, interesting. So it's just dead set in the middle of the map. So MaxPax and Spirit, they're fully aware. And again, they're kind of like faking aggression, I suppose, just because we hide the racks, but also on the same side of the map that uThermal is on. Assuming that we just expand behind this, or we macro behind this. We'll see. Back at home. We have our gate cyber expand. Gases have been spotted. That was the pings. That's what the pings were for. And it's gonna be proxy factory, like quote unquote. Like I think what's important here is that Goblin is like trying to sell the story that they're going all in, but they're not. Oh no. The Reaper is spotted. There's a ping from MaxPax. Reaper does shut down the probe, but that was very suspicious. We can turn this into one-way soul in. You can see Max actually just pinging all over the right-hand side. He's like, he's there, I know it. He's somewhere. It's true. CC on the high ground from Spirit. Safe CC location. Reaper moves in. And uThermal's just expanding. Yeah, he's just expanding. So again, this is like a fake proxy. So fake proxy out of uThermal. They're trying to force an overreaction from their opponents. Again, same with the gateway as well. Like there's no intention to commit into an all-in or anything like that. They're just trying to sell a story. Behind this, I mean, it does force Spirit to be safe. It does mean that Spirit he's here on the high ground, so he will have a much later expansion. And up shades in. That is not a wall. Uh-oh. Yeah, the wall's not a wall. That's 2 probes. Yep, there's a ping. So now they recognize, okay, you're just expanding. You're just macroing out of this. There is the second okay, this I like. Okay, so a couple of things are happening here. One, it was a fake proxy, a fake all-in, and they're macroing out of it, which is standard. And of course, for the most part, Spirit and MaxPax, they've seen everything that they need to. They're like, oh, okay, like it was a fake out. Like everything's normal, everything's fine. We can just build up. Everything's not normal, everything's not fine. That is the second factory. That uThermal going into mech, unscouted. Without going into Cyclones. We'll see if this pays off. We'll see what uThermal can accomplish with this. As the one thing that comes out of all these like twists and turns and the opener, the one thing that comes out of it is that the factory is hidden. So we could turn this into like a weird 2-base all-in. True. We could try to turn this into an all-in. As we have Mass Cyclone on the way. Of course, Macro Accelerators is researching. Ooh, there is a low ground gold, and MaxPax is rushing into it. Okay. Very greedy. Does rush into the gold. At the same time, Golden Hill is going into Mass Stargate play. I say Mass Stargate. Going for a 1, going into a second Stargate. Okay, so Mass Phoenix. Mass Phoenix out of Goblin, gets into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. So far, so good. And now going for probe damage as well. But he's running out of energy. Now, my concern here, these Phoenixes have done well. Like, they've killed how many SCVs? 5. They've killed 5 SCVs, which is solid. Even going for the tank. Okay, let's go. Not quite. But the problem here is that because of the goal base, the red team can recover. Right, they can recover from this. Cyclone is shut down. We have more Cyclones amassing. Here we go. This is it. This is the timing. Mass Phoenix Cyclone. Trying to catch the red team off guard. Lockots are brutal. They do catch out some of the Stalkers. Not bad. Those Stalkers are going down. Better start to the fight here from uThermal. And catching out more of these Stalkers. Tanks moving in position. Every Stalker goes down. Well, we have 2 Stalkers left. And MaxPax does not have an army. Now it's just gonna, now it's out to Spirit. Now it's just Spirit on his own. With 1 Stalker to support. Yeah, the tank goes down. Oof. Mining is being denied at the gold. As they rotate. Rotate over trying to catch some reinforcements. Not quite able to. The gold is being secured. Securing the gold. So the army's moving in. They do our position. They have the high ground. Oh. Catching out some of the Stalkers. Let's go for the mass lift. Again, these Locals are brutal. And with the help of the mass cycling, yeah, they overwhelmed the army. Once again, they've reset the Stalker counts. And now we're going for the kill. We're going for the kill. And again, this was a very cheeky build here from our blue team, from uThermal and Goblin. Going for the hidden second factory, going for the mass cyclone, catching the opposing team completely off guard, and punishing the greed. Remember, they rushed into this gold base, and it was not worth it. And with that, uThermal and Goblin, they're doing it. they're bringing this back. They're going to make a series out of this. This base is going to go down. There's no saving this. And behind this, Max actually just lost so many Stalkers. Likewise, Spirit lost so many tanks. They don't really have much of an army to work with. Oh. Let's go for the CC. The Vulcans are popping off. Catching away Marines. Looking into Stalkers. Oh, nice force fields. And Goblin does overextend for a moment there. But hey, they're holding on to the third. Spirit, he's able to maintain himself. Nice catching on the Phoenixes. And at this point, Spirit is the carry. Like, Spirit, he has a better economy. He has an army to work with. It's up to Spirit to try to survive and hold on and give MaxPax the time that he needs to recover. As MaxPax is going into Dark Templar, I mean, that is the way to recover, true. DT's on the way. Spirit, he has to help out MaxPax. Does race over, does him in. Oh, Cyclone's a little bit late to respond. A lot of Phoenix is going to be going down, but they take down the Marines. Catch at least some of them. Behind this, we've been focusing a lot here on the fights, but throughout all of this, now uThermal, he has gold. He has a gold base. Likewise, Goldman has a third, now working towards a fourth. So is uThermal. They're both on 4 bases. They have the economy, they have map control, they can just keep rallying in. As long as our blue team here doesn't make any major mistakes, they should run away with this game. Now, I'm a little bit concerned by the continued Mass Phoenix. Like, at a certain point, we can see a Fleet Beacon into Skytoss, like into Carrier, into Storm as well. Like, I would say that Goblin definitely has some breathing room here to tech up if he so chose to. Nice expansion. MaxPax diving on the tank. Does focus it down. At a cost. Speaking of, there's that flea beacon. There we go. Now working towards Sky Toss. Spirit, he still does have a threatening army with those EMPs. And we're moving in. Yeah, they're just gonna catch out MaxPax. Again, MaxPax, he is the kind of the weaker player that's set up here. Does have less to work with. And there we go. You can see Golden making 4 carriers at a time. That's a lot of carriers. It's a lot of carriers. Now Spirit, he's almost maxed. He's getting there. He does push out. He's getting within range here of the gold. Or at least trying to. There we go. Stims in. And he should bring down the expansion. Tries to stem in. I mean, thankfully there's still no splash damage, I will say that. Like there's no tank line, there's no storm, there's no colossus. But who needs that when you have mass high load back? True. That's all you need. The Sahik loads. Sounds full. Carriage are revealed, and again, there's no answer to this. Like both uThermal and Goblin, they're about to max out. They're about to max out, and again, Spirit is the only player here that can compare against them. MaxPax, as we've been trying to emphasize, he has been behind the entire game. Like MaxPax is still trying to recover. Like he is currently the weak link, and he doesn't really have much to work with. He's stuck on a gateway composition of a couple of stalkers, a couple of Zarts. He's getting caught out. Part of me feels like it's a little bit of a mistake here to pick on MaxPax's army just because like it's not really much of a threat. Like this is. But now it's a 1v2. Now it's a 1v2. We go for the mass lift. We catch out the tanks, and Spirit, he will be overwhelmed. And here we go. We're here to make a series out of this. Let's go. It's not going to be one-sided in either direction. We're going to tie this up. So uThermal and a Goblin, they break out. They clean up the army. And there's just not much of him to defend. There's a couple of Marines. There's a tank. There are some decent there's a decent amount of zealots here, so we could see MaxPax try to engage into the tank line, but oh god, that's but I'll be honest, Goblin can 1v2. Goblin at this point, he can 1v2 with his mass carrier 100%. He can do it on his own, back on his own. Solito. Last moving it together, and again, this is kind of like the final form of Terran and Protoss 2v2. That is Mech and Skytoss. Like Mech and Skytoss. Like this is the ideal. This is the ultimate form of 2v2. Mech and Skytoss. Let's go. As they do support each other quite nicely. Meanwhile, we do see Spirit catching out some tank reinforcements. Not bad. Does get a couple of tanks. Meanwhile, Skytoss into the main. Spirit going for the base trade. That's all he can do. That's where he does take down an expansion. Does get a Nexus. Here, Goblin can just recall. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but if he were to recall, then his tanks would be exposed. He just keeps going. They just keep going. Goblin just trying to bait the army within tank range. Spirit, hey, he killed 2 bases. Oh god, but we have a second army. And there's the recall. Actually he recalled his own phoenixes. That was not intentional. Uh-oh. Spirit turns around. They're racing back home. Hoping to surround this army. Again, these tanks, they will eventually go down. Oh, nice catch on the Phoenixes. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3 Phoenixes. This round is coming. These carriers can recall. And again, here comes this round. Collapsing in. Ooh, Stalkers are a little bit early. Yeah, they're a little bit early here to the party, but they should bring down the tanks. Where's the recall? The Goblin, we have to get out of here. He sticks around. He's got too long. He will lose everything, Goblin. He had to recall out earlier. Yeah, he chose not to. He will lose every carrier. And Spirit? Can Spirit 1v2? No shot. Can Spirit do this on his own? Can he pull this off? What do we have? Okay, what do we have to work with? We have 9 Gee, that's still a lot of carriers. There's 9 carriers for Goblin. We have 2 tanks from uThermal. 2 tanks and 16 Cyclones. Here comes Spirit, he moves out. And again, he has no longevity, right? Like, Spirit, he lost the main. He lost the main, lost the production. Like, he doesn't really have much left over. It's all or nothing for Spirit. But he's overstimmed. He took an impressive fight. But this is it. Ooh. Does save the ghost. Nice control. Oh no, it's way too soon. Yeah, the carriers have arrived. Slow zone and the cloak as well. And Spirit, he will lose everything here. GG gets called. Whew. And Goblin and uThermal, they will fight back. They will tie things up. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very, very intense game here. For the most part, uThermal and Goblin, they had a massive advantage. Winding it back, if you remember, they faked an all-in. They faked a proxy. With that, they were able to kind of lure their opponent into a false sense of security. Once both MaxPax and Spirit realized it wasn't an all-in, they're like, oh, like, they're playing standard, we can just chill, when really it was anything but. Remember, uThermal, he had hidden that factory, he was rushing into Macula accelerators, he had hidden that as well, going into Mass Cyclone. As a response to the standard build that they thought was happening, MaxPax rushed into the gold, and he got punished for it. If you remember, MaxPax, he committed very hard to saving the gold base, he lost all of his Stalkers to the Mass Phoenix Cyclone, lost all the Stalkers, and he lost the expansion. From that moment, MaxPax was kind of out of the game. Like, I don't think he ever exceeded 140 supply. Like, he was able to, like, have some warp in some units, but he was just so far behind economically, just because he had committed so hard to being greedy, and it failed. And it did mean that Spirit, he was kind of, like, trying to hold his own, and we mentioned it, right? Like, he was trying to buy time for MaxPax to recover. Wasn't quite able to. Despite that, we had a pretty intense fight towards the end, and we saw that Spirit was able to at least shut down all the Sky Toss, at least the first army, but not the second. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth series, and now we're getting into game number 3. We're going to be loading into Yellow Jackets. Let's go. Here we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Yellow Jacket, we have our red team. Here. We do have our duo between Spirit and MaxPax. the best 2v2 team in the world. But they're being forced into a series and spawning in the bottom right corner. We have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have our Terran and Protoss duo fighting back and making a series out of this. It is uThermal and Goblin. Here we go. Someone asking in the chats, does anyone know how teams are assigned? The players, they sign up with their teammate. So there's it's not like they're assigned a teammate or anything like that. Typically just friends, like friends, practice partners, you know. Yes, they just sign up to the tournament together with a pair. And of course, those pairings do persist. For those that are unaware, again, like Spirit and MaxPax, they win everything together. Like they are the best 2v2 duo out there in StarCraft 2. We have other pairings like Clem and Trigger. I would say they're the second best team. Goblin and uThermal. We do have who else? Skillis and a Laser, Lambo and Harstem, Wayne and Milky Cow, Shameless and GG Machine. Juanito and Special. Sorry, Special and Cham, I meant to say. Juanito and Cham. They just sign up together. Like when you sign up for the tournament, you sign up with a partner. And they're assigned in the sense that, you know, they reach out to their friend, they sign up together. There you go. I feel like uThermal's constantly playing under a different name. Kind of. This is his EU account. So uThermal, he has a different name depending on what server he's on. He's Demon Mark on EU, and he's Cheese Maniac on NA. Oh. As once again we do open up. This map is so bright. Do you see the glare? Like, just everything it's like a blinding light is shining on everything here. Jesus. But we do have a standard opener here. Once again, a fake proxy out of uThermal. This is the same build, same setup, going for a fake proxy. Meanwhile, Goblin does play standard. Likewise across the map, getting to our initial openers, into our initial setup. Who else are other pairings that we have? Ryung and Gumiho, true. Bjorn and Percival, I suppose. But it's always fun. It's always fun to see who plays 2v2s together, because like it also shows, like, I guess, their social circles, like who's friends outside of just the game. Geralt, he usually signs up with. We've seen Geralt with a Laser sometimes. We've seen him with Nikaract, for sure. We see Jumi and Jan Yakov. True. They play a lot together. After Jumi and Iba broke up, those the drama, the smudge. Yeah, Jumi and Yakov. But other than that, we're going to be settling in. And once again, it's the same build. So we're rushing into Cyclones, rushing into Macula Accelerators. Once again, uThermal is going into Mass Cyclone. Again, double factory Mass Cyclone. And once again, Goblin going into double Stargate Mass Phoenix. Now, as amazing as this was in game number 2, last game, I don't like the idea of doing the same build 2 games in a row, just because now there's a higher chance that their opponent's going to be ready for it. And already, unlike the previous game, we do see that MaxPax doesn't rush into a fast third. This time he's playing more reserved, he's playing safer, he's not going to be as exposed, and he himself is also going double Stargate Mass Phoenix. So both Protoss players have mirrored builds. Meanwhile, the big deviation is Spirit. Spirit, he's going into Bio, not into Mech. So Biotank out of Spirit, Mass Phoenix out of both Protoss players, and Mech out of uThermal. As now we're going for a bit of a later third. Phoenix, as they confirm. Ooh, and Goblin. Did ever extended. Did ever extend. He's being chased down. He has to get the hell out of here. Losing Phoenix this early on is brutal. And you can see that MaxPax is there to cut him off. He can try to recall, I suppose, but oh god! Yeah, he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose his Phoenixes. 1, 2, 3 Phoenixes go down. Brutal pickups here. Goblin. Aye. Losing 3 Phoenixes. And now he'll be perpetually behind in the Phoenix count in the Phoenix Wars. So again, that phase check, that scout was not worth it for Goblin. Now, there is still a way to recover here, and that's going to be with the Cyclones. As they're in quite a position, SCV is going to be going down. Oof. Yeah, 3, 4 SCV kills. But yes, the way to recover here in this game from our blue team has to be from uThermal. Like, he has to try to catch his Phoenixes with his Cyclones to try to even up the Phoenix count. As Goblin, he can't do it on his own. Catching up more probes. Cyclones are coming in. You can see they're trying to cut off the Phoenixes, but they're just not fast enough. Yeah, Phoenixes, they escape. Behind this, going into the fleet beacon. Both players are working towards Phoenix range. Third Stargate's on the way to double down and go into Mass Phoenix. And Spirit this entire time has just been chilling. So our red team here is looking very comfortable. uThermal's been losing SCVs. They've been both harassed by MaxPax, while Spirit has been just laying back. It's third up and running. Tanks, they're on the high ground. We have more factories on the way here for uThermal. More starports for Goblin. So I'm going to say for MaxPax. Moves in. Tanks are on siege. Okay, not bad. And Serral on his own. He's on his own. Tank goes down. Another tank as well. MaxPax out of position. And a very nice catch here from uThermal and Goblin. Very nice. And catching Spirit with his pants down. Catching MaxPax as well. As to stay in, but Spirit, he lost everything. He lost everything in that fight, just as he was on siege. Good moves here by uThermal and by Goblin. Boys are being pulled. SCV is going to be going down, catching out some of those Phoenixes. Looking at the Unistab here. MaxPax still have 3 Phoenixes. But the Cyclones, they're helping. They're supporting. Supporting well. They don't quite break the expansion, but that was a better trade here for Team Blue. Or the blue team. Oh. No, the one thing that I wish that they did in this league is I wish they had team names. Oh god, Goblin, no! That's Goblin does overextend. Okay, you cannot take that head-on fight. But it would have been nice if they had. I know that some players aren't very creative, and I know they would have had like some awkward or more dull names out there for sure. Less creative names, but it would have been nice. Would have been nice. Spyro does them in. Likewise, catching out the Phoenixes. uThermal and Goblin force all the way back. They lose a little momentum. Spirit sims in against Spirit. He's now bouncing back. Breaks the expansion, does force a cancel. Does force a cancel. Mass lift here, and yeah, uThermal, he is overwhelmed. GG gets cold. He will lose every single Cyclone. And with that, MaxPax and Spirit, they take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And again, I'm not too fond of the idea of going for the same strategy 2 games in a row. Like, it was a really, really well thought out strategy in game 2, but to rely on it again, I mean, we saw how MaxPax adjusted. MaxPax, instead, he did go for a safer start. He didn't rush into a third base. He went double Stargate immediately into Mass Phoenix, and it was just a really rough start as well for Goblin, where unfortunately he did decide to face check, right? He face checked with 3 Phoenixes, and he lost 3 Phoenixes at the start of the game. And because of that, he was just perpetually behind. In comparison to his Protoss counterpart in MaxPax. Again, as we were trying to emphasize, it was going to be on uThermal to try to make up for that. And they were able to get some better fights initially against Spirit, where they were able to catch him out. But Spirit's time was also very cheap. Like, Spirit had a very cheap army. He eventually recovered and eventually snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 4, and we'll see if uThermal and Goblin can bring something different to the table here to recover and to bring it to the ace match. Let's go. we go. Let's call them penises. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Phenai? Oh, no. That's spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Reclamation. We have our red team. We have our red duo here, our Protoss and Terran, leading the series 2-1. Again, dubbed the best 2v2 team in the world. It is MaxPax and Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponent. We have the opposing duo here, the organizer of this tournament. We have the Terran, we have the Protoss, we have uThermal and Goblin. Let's go. As this time, Goblin is setting up for a very real proxy pylon. Okay, so do wall up back at home. We have the racks, we have the gateway. Probe is sent out, and this would be a prime position for a proxy Stargate. Assuming that we did throw down a pylon. Yeah, there it is. Pylon's been placed. And I would imagine we want to go for the Stargate and the Oracle into the main. Likewise, the rush distance by ground is pretty short as well, so we could go for something more committed, I suppose. Ooh, 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper out of uThermal. Aggression, we're just ramping up the aggression, we're doubling down. The probe does slip past. Does confirm the opener at least. That is going to be a gate into Cybercore. Proxy gateway across the map. Uh-oh. So far, everything looks normal. Max actually goes further into the main. You can see uThermal trying to deny the scouts. Does confirm no gas. And this could just be a Rax expand. This could just be an economic opener. He does miss the second Rax. So incomplete information here from MaxPax. Does ping, does point out that there should be a CC, and there isn't. Suspicious. So they're aware that something's wrong. Something is wrong. Something is amiss. He's looking for the proxy. Back at home, standard opener. Faster Nexus. We just see double gas out of Spirit. Spirit playing safe. Spirit is playing safe. Faster Factory, which means faster Hellion production. So safe play here by our Red Terran. That will work out well for him. Meanwhile, Stargate opener out of MaxPax. But remember, that is a Stargate after the Nexus. Like, this was still a more economic build. And now he sees. Yeah, it does spot the Stalker. Reaper gets shut down. And here come uThermal and Goblin. They're going for it. They're going up the ramp. Again, MaxPax has been greedy. He has nothing to defend. He has one Adept. Soon to be a second. Does fully wall up. Does wall up. Does wall off. Reapers, they get a bit of hull damage on the Adepts. They're going to be forced back. They're going to be zoned away. Oof. uThermal gets punished. They will at least focus on the shield battery. They could just focus on Spirit, actually. like Spirit, he went Tech Lab first, not Hellion. Uh-oh, he went into the Tech Lab, but he does have the Cyclone now on the way, and the Cyclone will defend. Yeah, the Cyclone is out. They shut down the Reapers. Oof. Losing one. And so far, the red team, they're holding well. Now, we spoke about this previously in the earlier series, how specifically on Reclamation, we're not sharing mains, right? The two players, they're separated. They're isolated from each other. So the aggressing players, they can kind of pick and choose if they want to focus on Spirit or focus on MaxPax. As the bunker is still not yet done. And again, this is something unique to Reclamation, is the isolated bases. Void Race on the way. The Natural is going to be targeted down. Behind this, both players are expanding. uThermal and Goblin, they're trying to transition out of this. Oh. Does he bait him in? Okay. Doesn't bait him. Does pull away. Kill the Natural. Not bad. Okay, and behind this is 3 Rax Reaper here out of the uThermal, going into +1. Tries to dive into the main, gets punished. Tank is ready. Serral moves out, gets the one SCV kill. We'll see uThermal still trying to find some damage. Dives into the natural. Oh! Oh god, that tank positioning. Tank does punish. Oh, nice catch it from Goblin. Takes down the Oracle. Oracle goes down. Likewise, we do see Cloak Banshee out of Spirit. Interesting. Still playing Bio. We're going to Banshee play. And the game will settle from here. Now, as the game settles, where exactly are we? Okay, so we do see the two Terrans have a comparable economy. We have 38 SCVs to 35, so again, a comparable economy from our Terran players. When it comes to our Protoss here, we do see a massive lead for Goblin. He got a much faster natural. We do see that MaxPax is only just now getting up and running. So Goblin does have a massive lead compared to MaxPax in regards to the economy. We've been here before. We saw this in game 2, where MaxPax sees behind. MaxPax has to recover, and right now I would say it's on Spirit to try to make up for that. One behind, Dark Shrine. Let's go. So we have DTs on the way from MaxPax, and we have a Banshee on the way from Spirit. I think I said on uThermal. It's on Spirit to recover. Reapers, they do threaten a dive. Spirit, he responds. Does respond to the Reapers. They commit into the main. At the same time, Stalkers, they push in on the right hand side as well. Stasis does catch out some Stalkers. But the tank is exposed. Tank goes down. He gets one, he gets two. Shuts out two tanks. Reapers, they do confirm the Dark Shrine. There was a ping. Back at home, turrets. Turrets are on the way. They're getting ready for the Dark Templar. That also happens to be getting ready for the Banshees as well, as Banshees are moving out, but now there should be detection. Should be. Yeah, Observer's on the way. Observer's out. Two Banshees, they can one-shot probes, so the shield battery doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, the shield battery does nothing. We can one-shot. 8 probe kills, 9 probes getting into 10, not bad. 10 workers going down, but the Banshees are going to be hunted down. Ooh, one Banshee falls. At the same time, uThermal busting into the main, does drop in. And once again, just crippling the economy here of MaxPax, just not allowing him to recover. And Goblin and uThermal, they're running away with this. They have third bases. They have their third bases up and running. Stalkers, they don't quite dive in. But MaxPax is stuck on a 1.5 base economy. Spirit also stuck on 2 as well. And things are looking up for the blue team. Looking good. Looking solid. The Banshee harass was good, don't get me wrong, but alas, we do need a little bit more than that. Unfortunately, the Dark Templar, they didn't really achieve much. MaxPax needs a third desperately. There's that third base. Catching up the Stalkers. TCs are trying to find some damage. Let's go. Unfortunately, there's detection, there's planetaries, turrets and cannons all over the place. This time they won't find much. Spirit trying to be active. Again, Goblin and uThermal, they do spot the army. They're in position. They're ready. They bait out the stasis. There's no need to push into these tanks. But he's going for it. He dives in. Yeah, they're exposed. Yeah, they're exposed. He gets 1, 2, 3 tanks. Catches all 3. They were left on their own. It's falling apart here for Spirit. It's falling apart. And he's on his own, but what can he do? Nice target firing on the Viking at least, but oh god, he will lose everything. The Bio Army crumbles. Likewise, Goblin, he maintains control of the center of the map. Like MaxPax is still trying to recover. Trying to build back up. Nice bait. And while Goblin distracts here in the center, drop into the main. Just massive drop into the main base. Commits in. Ooh, takes down the mineral line. They're just ensuring that MaxPax doesn't recover in this game. Get him out of here. Depowers everything in the main base as well. There's no production, no upgrades, no tech. He has to control the ramp as well. A +1 barely denied. Oh no, it was seconds away from finishing. Feels +1, man. It goes down. Yeah, Spirit Hill was busy with the Goblin earlier, trying to keep up with the army movements. Now he comes in. Will help defend. But as he's distracted, now there's an opening. And now there's an opening. Takes out one of the tanks, takes out another. And the red team just cannot keep up. Not like this. Not like this, man. And we're just waiting for the main move out. We're waiting for the main push. We're getting ready for it. Here comes the mass on siege. Here comes the army. Like this entire time it was just harassment. But now the main armies are coming. The charge lost the tanks. And we're gonna force the ace match. Against Spirit and against Spirit and MaxPax of all players. They're crazy, Pappy. Oh my god. uThermal sims in, gets into the mineral line. And Ghost are trying to hold their own. Colossus finally does arrive. But it does feel too little too late. The tanks are a little bit far behind, I will say that. They're quite far back. But it may not matter. It matters a little bit. Bring the tanks forward back. So just rotates over towards the planetary. There's the Unsiege. Now uThermal's moving in. Oh. Oof, yeah, brutal tank shots. GG gets caught again. There's just nothing left for the red team. And with that, Goblin and uThermal, they tied the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5. Very impressive. Winding it back when it came to what happened in this game. Again, they had a very aggressive start, if you recall. It was 2 eventually 3-axe Reaper out of uThermal, and we had a proxy 2-gate setup. 1 at home, 1 across the map from Goblin. They were able to get into the bases, able to specifically focus and target MaxPax. And MaxPax, who had gone for a more greedy build, remember, he went for a Nexus before Tech, before Stargate. He was punished for it. He lost his mineral line, he lost the base, more importantly, and he forced Spirits and MaxPax to be contained on one base. Eventually, they broke out. By the time they were getting their naturals up and running, uThermal and Goblin had their 3rd bases. Like, they were already ahead, like they had already taken a massive economic lead. The early game aggression was well worth it, and MaxPax and Spirit never quite recovered. Never did quite recover. Spirit, he was faster to recover just because even though he was contained, he did have a natural just in the main. Like, and he just waited until he can float down. Unfortunately, MaxPax didn't have that luxury. Like, MaxPax, he lost his base, so he had to rebuild from scratch. And with that, GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. And again, we spoke about how specifically aggression is more favored on Reclamation because your the main bases are separated, right? They're separated from each other. They cannot help each other to defend. It's a bit of a more awkward defense there, and they were able to focus on MaxPax. And with that, so the ace match is going to be on Roscallion. Let's go. One of the older maps in the 2v2 map pool. Much older map. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Roscallion, we have the red team. We have, again, dubbed the best 2v2 team in the world, but struggling here in the finals. Let's go. Will they finally not win a tournament? That's the question. We have MaxPax and Spirit. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Terran and Protoss duo themselves. They have not won one of these in the past, by the way. They have not won a single one of these uThermal 2v2 circuit monthlies, but they are so close to claiming their first win. In the top left, we have uThermal and Goblin. And regardless of whether or not they win or lose, this is the best performance they've ever had. They've never made it this far. I think the best performance they had was maybe semis, maybe, if that. I think maybe quarterfinals, but I think they might have gone to the semis once before. But here they are for the first time in the finals. Not just that, but they've forced both MaxPax and Spirit to the ace match as well. Very impressive here. As we open up 2 racks. Okay, 2 racks Reaper. Did I say 2 racks? Okay, 2 racks Reaper here out of uThermal. Meanwhile, we have 1 gateway back at home and what looks to be a proxy gate across the map. Once again, aggression. Let's go. So 2 racks out of uThermal, 2 gates out of Goblin. And they're searching. Yeah, they do spot the aggression. They do spot that something is wrong, something is amiss. They're mass pinging. They're looking for the proxy, or they're hoping to. As 3 racks, yeah, 3 racks Reaper. 3 racks Reaper out of uThermal. Now, as I mentioned before, something about Reclamation is that the bases are separated, so it's easy to target down a player. Here, our bases are shared. Shared main, shared natural as well, so I would say it is easier to defend on this map than on others, or than on Reclamation. We'll see if uThermal and Goblin can pull this off, as the map is going to be working against them, at least a little bit more than previously. Here we do have, once again, our natural base being taken from MaxPax. Likewise, racks expand. Economic opener here out of Spirits, going for the CC before factory. So economic openers from both Spirit and MaxPax. This is ideal for uThermal and Goblin. There we go. They scout. They confirm. They confirm. They spot the proxy. They realize what's going on. Stargate's on the way. They have realized. And this time there's a bunker. This time bunker on the low ground. But can they save the natural? Again, that's the target. That's all they want, is MaxPax's natural base. Oh. As it takes a lot of hits. Shield battery is now done. Oh, but the pylon is exposed. Pylon is exposed. So far, nice kiting here from uThermal. Does focus on a probe. But again, the pylon is more important. As the shield battery is out of energy, pylon goes down, depowers the shield battery. Likewise, Reapers, they head into the main. They head into the main base instead. MaxPax out of position, but there is a shield battery. He's ready. He's ready for it. Nice target firing, nice control. uThermal pulls away. Does pull away the weakened Reapers. Boys have been pulled. The base is getting low. Base is getting low so far. I believe uThermal hasn't lost anything yet. Yeah, no losses here from uThermal or from Goblin. But the Reapers are low. Ooh, there we go. One does fall. Lose one Reaper, lose a second Reaper. Tank has arrived. Yeah, the tank is here. The base is so low, but they won't get it. They needed it. They needed the base. They failed to kill the expansion, and with that, Spirit and MaxPax, they barely hold on. Whew. They barely do hold. Again, imagine like 2 more volleys, like a little bit more damage here on the expansion. And now our red team, they're in a better position. They're in a better position here. You can see that we only just have the Nexus finishing up here for Goblin. Meanwhile, MaxPax saturated. This time he's already saturated. Spirit as well, already saturated here at the natural. Both uThermal and Goblin are behind. Oof. It was close. So it would have all been worth it if they had killed the Nexus, but barely not enough. Reapers into the main. Oh, not bad. Okay. Killing some SCVs. Not bad at all. A couple of SCVs are going to be going down. The Oracle will chase them down. Despite that, that's going to be 10 SCV kills. Okay. It's something. Does get 10 SCVs. Phoenixes towards the natural. Getting a couple of probe kills. Again, every little bit helps. As currently, we do see uThermal now takes a worker lead. Meanwhile, the probe lead is still in favor of MaxPax. Only slightly. Slightly in favor of MaxPax. Well, at least it was. Nice harass here in the main. Gets another probe, another 2 probes. Likewise, Reapers was natural. They're bullying MaxPax. And this leads to what we spoke about at the start of the broadcast. If you remember the Lambo games, if you remember Lambo and Kellizer, whenever they loaded into a map like this, they had a really unique expansion pattern. Do you remember? We had, if one player had this base here towards the top side, they did not take the low ground expansion, they expanded over on the right hand side instead. The reason for this, as you can see, is specifically whoever spawns in on the left hand side in this corner of the map is exposed. Like their main and their natural exposed to their opponents. So what Lambo was doing was he and his partner would trade, right? It's like if whoever had the base on left, the main base on the left hand side, they would expand on the right hand side instead, to make sure that they wouldn't be bullied like this. Because right now MaxPax has been losing a lot of probes, just because his bases are more accessible, right? Like the base is just more accessible here, more than spirits. Meanwhile, the Oracle gets caught. Nice catch from Goblin. We see Goblin taking a third, uThermal also taking a third base as well. They're maintaining map control, and sure, they may not have killed the bases here of MaxPax, but he has lost 15 probes. Oh my god. He's lost 15 workers. Here comes a blink. He gets punished for it. Oh my god. MaxPax getting bullied here. uThermal coming in to support his boy, to support Goblin. Oh, gets the Void Ray. Oh my god, just barely. Void Ray goes down, Stalkers get punished, the gateway is still up and running. Another Stargate on the way for Goblin, just going Mass Phoenix. Doesn't even have Warp Gate, by the way. Just Mass Phoenix out of Goblin, and Mass Fire out of uThermal. As finally there's expansion. Marines, they stim in. Ooh, with that tank mark, uThermal, he has to respect this. They'll stim for a moment. And the tank line is brutal. Phoenix as they rotate over. There are swords in position. We're dropping in! Yo, we're dropping in. Here comes a mass lift. Ooh, does focus down the first medevac. One medevac does go down. Yeah, uThermal a little bit too cavalier there with that medevac. Does bleed out a lot of Marines. But they take down the Stalkers. From here, uThermal, he pulls away. Meanwhile, the Phoenixes, they can go straight for the mineral. They can go straight for the tank. Yeah, massive pick off. Tank goes down. Probes as well. And again, they're just pulling Spirit and MaxPax apart, catching out so many other tanks. They were left alone. Catching out all 3 tanks. Goblin with the flyby. Resets the tank count. Rotates back into the natural. Meanwhile, uThermal is in position with his own tank. And again, MaxPax, he can barely keep up. Like, MaxPax, he's got half the supply of everyone else. As you mentioned, like, both the main and the natural just being bullied here. Barely does get the final tank. Barely not. Nice target firing out of Spirit. Very nice. Ooh, at least for a time. Once again, targets down the Phoenix. Okay, nice moves here by Spirit. Every time there was a lift on the tank, he would just instantly target down that Phoenix. Spirit fighting hard. Just trying to hold on. Oof. Iris catching out the tank, punishing the Stalkers, punishing that Blink. And we have more bases. Fourth bases on the way for both players. Just a mass expand. And again, uThermal and Goblin, they've never made it this far in the tournament. They've never made it to the finals. And now that they have for the first time, mate, they're popping off. And this does coincide, if you recall, with Goblin popping off in 1v1 tournaments as well. We were covering Goblin's run in EWC live at the time. That was what, last week? In the European qualifiers, he was looking insane there. All the 2v2 has been paying off. True. It's been paying off. Let's go. As uThermal, he stims and he wins. There's no tanks behind this. There's no defensive line to work with either. The one tank that comes in gets lifted immediately. GG gets called, and Goblin and uThermal, they will take the series 3-2, becoming this month's, the month of May's, champion for the uThermal 2v2 circuit. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to uThermal and Goblin again. Spirit and MaxPax are undefeated. They are undefeated. There isn't a single event that they have not won. Whenever they sign up, they win. Like, that's just what happens here. They've gotten so many accolades in 2v2. But this month, for the month of May, not the case. Not the case. uThermal and Goblin, they do rise to the challenge here with some more aggressive builds. They did have a more aggressive builds, and early on, they were able to cripple MaxPax. Like, specifically, they were able to cripple him ahead of time. And with that, snowball out of control, snowball into their own wins. I say snowball, it was still very close, still very clutch, still very intense moments. Spirit, he was fighting his heart out here in a lot of these games to try to recover, to try to give MaxPax some breathing room, but it was just so difficult to overcome that, so difficult to overcome the momentum from early on. And more often than not, MaxPax, he was being punished for his greed. Like, very often he was going for a faster next side, he was going for delayed gateways, delayed tech. Likewise, we did mention specifically on this map how we have seen players try to have a different approach when it came to expanding on this map specifically, just so they can try to alleviate that pressure and try to spread, kind of like share the load when it comes to how exposed those bases are. But MaxPax, he did take that to low ground expansion. You know, his natural and his main were exposed on this map. And GG, well played. uThermal and Goblin to take full advantage of that. Very well done, very well played. GG, well played. As we have our new champions, and this also does allow us to catch up on the rest of the circuits. Un momento. Does allow us to catch up. As the main event is around the corner. Now, for those that are curious, we have been hosting and running this event for 5 months. For 5 months, from January to May, and now we are getting ready for the finals, for those finals. And it's going to be a crazy format, by the way. You're not ready for this. You're not ready. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so from the top, these are our final standings and the final qualified players for the final circuit here, for the main event. Again, we've had all these monthly tournaments, and throughout all of these events, players have been accumulating points, and now we have our top 16 players in the world for 2v2. So from the top, from Protoss, we have Goblin, MaxPax, Shameless, Showtime, Skillless, and Trigger. From the side of Terran, we have Clem, Milky Cow, and Spirit. From the side of Zerg, we have Laser, GG Machine, Lambo, Serral, Wayne, and Zhuge Liang. And from the side of Random, we have uThermal. Now, I feel like this is a little bit misleading. uThermal currently is categorized as random as a pro player. That is not true. He's been playing Terran. Like, fun fact, you could argue maybe this is why they were struggling so much in the first half of the year in 2v2, but in recent times, uThermal, he stopped playing random. He stopped and he started focusing on his main race, and they've been having a lot of success. So it's like, oh, what do you know? Play Terran or play your main race, and they achieve a little bit more. So here, this is a little bit misleading. Like, he hasn't really been competing as random in quite some time, so he's alongside the Terrans here for sure. But with that, we do have our top 16 players, and the groups have yet to be determined. But the way this format is going to work, actually, can we read it up here? In each team, team with different allies and face off against different opponents. All matches are best of 3. Top 2 players advance to the playoff semifinals. 3rd to 6th advance on to the round of 6. Now, what this means here is that basically all the players have been pulled together, and they are not in their respective teams. Who do we usually see here? You know, MaxPax and Spirit, Clem and Trigger, Goblin and uThermal, a Laser and Skillless, Shameless and GG Machine, you know, Lambo and Harsham's not quite here, so Lambo and I guess Showtime, Serral and Zhuge Liang, Milky Cow and Wayne. Like, we have our pairings, we have our teams, we have our duos, but specifically for the playoffs, so the main event, for the group stage, they're going to be split up. They're going to be split up, and it's going to be round robin. And basically, the way that this works, which is crazy, is that you have a different teammate for every series. You will. So we're gonna cut these players in half. There's going to be 8 here in Group A and 8 in Group B, and it's going to be round robin. And every match, you know, match 1, you know, sorry, series 1, maybe Goblin is with Clem, and then after that, Goblin, he's going to play with Lambo, and then Goblin will play with GG Machine, and then Goblin will play with Wayne, and then Showtime will play with Trigger, and then like again, you mix and match. So it's going to be less about how cohesive you are with a particular other player. Instead, it's going to be more about how well can you adapt, and how well can you adapt and sync up with a fresh 2v2 teammate and work together on the fly. So it's like, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a crazy format where you just have a different teammate. You just have a different teammates. And because of that, this is gonna be less about 2v2 cohesion and more about like adaptation, right? Like, how quickly can you sync up with the, not a stranger, but with another player, right? And how well can you like play together, and how well can you adapt your own style to your opponents? Like, what if you team up with Wayne, and Wayne wants to go all in, but you're Showtime, and Showtime doesn't go all in? Like, how can you like sync up, you know, and like come to an agreement with how to play and how to approach? And different players have different strengths and weaknesses. Different players have different styles as well. So it's gonna be chaos. it's gonna be crazy, Bobby. It's gonna be crazy. So yeah, it's definitely a different approach for sure, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. It's gonna be a lot of chaos, it's gonna be a lot of havoc, it's gonna be very entertaining. 100% entertainment factor through the roof on this one. And then of course, then we get into the playoffs, and then players get seeded in. And do we have an explanation of the playoffs here? Single elimination bracket, all matches best of 5. I believe when we get into the playoffs, I think that is where the top seeds get to pick. I think they get to pick their partner between the bottom seeds. So I think here, once we get our final top players making it through, or they might actually just be paired with each other. We'll see. Like, it might be like number 1 from Group B and number 2 from Group A, they might form a duo, and then like number 1 from Group A and number 2 from Group B, they might form a duo because they're seeded right into the semis. Hard to say, but I think that's how it's gonna work. I don't think it's like 1 and 1 and 2 and 2. Like, that'd be crazy. I think it's like 1 and 2 and then 1 and 2. So even though like players, they form bonds, you know, they had these partnerships in all these monthly tournaments, coming into the main event, that doesn't matter. Or nowhere near as much. So yeah, it's definitely a unique format, one that I've never seen before in 2v2, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be very exciting. Should be fun to watch. Yeah. Mark, yeah, Senor Schlappy came up with this. You're not wrong. uThermal. It's crazy. uThermal. As he came up with it, he did defer to us a little bit when it comes to certain finer details, but for the most part, he came up with it himself, I believe. Yes, he's the mastermind. The mad scientist. Crazy. But yeah, with that, GG. With that, GG well played. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the morning. Again, with that, now when it comes to when this event is going to take place, I don't think there's a final date yet, but we do know it's going to be after Home Story Cup. So we're good with, again, especially because of EWC and DreamHack Dallas and Star Wars Zagora and GSL. Like, there's been a lot of content, a lot of big events happening. So we've had a little bit of downtime, a little bit of just a little bit of a break from 2v2 tournaments. But again, it's going to be coming back after Home Story Cup. For those that are curious, when is Home Story Cup? That's at the end of the month. The end of the month. So right now we're on the 13th. Home Story Cup is on the 27th. So the final days of June is Home Story Cup. So after June, coming into July, that's when we would be expecting this main event. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Otherwise, thanks for the support. We are going to be wrapping up for the time being. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, bam, you can see it before you. We just wrapped up with our morning broadcast of uThermal 2v2 Circuit. Later on tonight at 10 p.m. KST, that's going to be 11 p.m. AEST. That is going to be in around 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live with the OSC King of the Hill. Typically that is covered by Steadfast, but I believe Steadfast is not available this week, so we are going to be stepping in to fill said shoes. So that's going to be this evening. That's going to be a best of one King of the Hill style format. A lot of fun, very dynamic. Likewise, we also have KSL. We have the Korean StarCraft League tomorrow, Saturday morning. We have SDO on Saturday. We have a Cheesadelphia over the weekend. True, there's a big offline event happening in the Americas, and we're going to be all over that. And likewise, we have Tuna Cup as well, the Sparkling Tuna Cup, also on Sunday. So non-stop StarCraft here. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. So again, if you see something that you like here on the channel, if you cannot watch it live, then do check us out over on YouTube. Again, we do stream both on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and VODs are available on YouTube immediately. So YouTube is the place to be for VOD content. So if you want to watch Korean StarCraft League, or if you want to watch the LATAM League, for example, or Pegasaur Cup, or Kung Fu Cup, or hey, if you want to tune into like the January, March, or May editions, or April editions of the uThermal 2v2 tournaments, if you want to see more of this, and if you missed out, then it's all on YouTube. It's all there in VOD form, so you can check it out. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Here for the morning. I do plan on getting some sleep before OSC, just because it's going to be so late. So I'm gonna get a nap eventually. But for now, because I haven't had much time to do so, and I feel like I've been neglecting the ladder for quite some time. We're going to be streaming. We're going to go and have a cheeky ladder session. So if you want to tune in, I'm going to be going live on my own personal channel. I do not ladder here on the CranKy Ducklings. We keep the CranKy Ducklings professional, like just casting or some podcasts or some team content. When it comes to our 1v1 ladder sessions, we keep that to our respective personal channels. So I'm going to be going live there. So if you want to tune in, you can. I'm very rusty. I haven't been able to properly ladder since the Basilisk show match, which was like a month ago, 2 months ago. It's been a while, but yeah, the big ring match show match, that was like, up until that point, that was like when I was laddering on a daily basis. Right after that, I stopped. So I'm very much so out of form, but you know, it's time to ladder at least a little bit, so we'll be going live there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. You can follow us on all the socials: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. You can also support us on Patreon! Patreon in the chat. We do, all of our tournaments are funded via Patreon, so Patreon is the place to be. If you want to support StarCraft, if you want to support the community, if you want to support the scene, then Patreon is the place to do it. Otherwise, we'll see you guys later on tonight for OSC, tomorrow for KSL, or in a couple of minutes for some ladder. See you then. Happy see you then. Hasta luego.